the 27th of 2015 together. Madam Clerk, would you do the roll call, please?
Assemblymember Johnston. Assemblymember Peterson.
Present.
Assemblymember Domboski.
Present.
Assemblymember Flynn. Chair Trainey.
Here.
Vice Chair Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Assemblymember Evans.
Here.
Assemblymember Steele.
Here.
Assemblymember Starr.
Here.
Assemblymember Honeman.
Here.
Assemblymember Hall.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
It's nice. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, could you lead us in Pledge of Allegiance, please, ma'am? Next item in business is minutes of previous meetings. I want to thank the clerk. We don't have any outstanding minutes. Thank you very much. And to all of the people that work there. Next item is Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. Myself and Ms. Harrington will be leaving for Juneau tomorrow to meet with our legislative leadership and with the governor as well to talk about certainly Anchorage issues and recognizing the fiscal challenges that we have. We're working on specific legislation in addition to just capital requests. So we've got about, a dozen meetings set up. So hopefully it'll be very fruitful. Today was the first meeting of the interested parties regarding the potential reduction of the Army forces in Anchorage and in Alaska in general. We had a tremendous turnout from virtually all interested parties, whether it was from the media, from the educational community, the hospital community, the Anchorage Economic Development Corp., Visit Anchorage, the military. Municipal Manager Vacalis did a great job of laying out the challenge and putting together some ideas on how to move forward. And we've got Bill Popp and Julie Soppy serving as co-chairs to put together a presentation on February 23rd, which will be a listening session that the Army will conduct in all the communities being considered. And we've only got a month to put together a very, very compelling case on why Anchorage in Alaska, given its incredible training potentials, and should not be one of the first choices, certainly. I want to thank Ms. Domboski for coming and attending as well. So that's it today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions for the mayor or some members? Doesn't appear to be any. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next item is Assembly Chair Report. I just want to thank everybody for being at our Monday meeting, those that could make it. I know it was called with a lot of notice, but thank you very much for being there. Very appreciative. Next item is committee reports. Mr. Hall, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a meeting of the ad hoc committee dealing with marijuana regulation. Mostly reports from individuals that attended the conference that was held in Colorado. And I can tell you that they brought a wealth of information back to us. It was time and money very well spent. We look forward to a lot more in-depth conversation. I will be teleconferencing on the 3rd, I think, along with Mr. Wheeler with the legislature. They're taking public testimony to give direction to some of the things that they're going to be dealing with. And it looks to me like, from what I'm following, they're going to get pretty in-depth in what they're looking at. They've already got a bill introduced to prohibit the manufacture of hash with propane or butane because of the explosion hazard with that. So they may end up dealing with a lot of the issues that we as the individuals in the community are concerned with. So I'll keep you abreast as we go along. We are scheduling, I believe the date is the 28th of February, a town hall meeting here that will occur on a Saturday morning, and we're going to give the public a chance to come in and just give us testimony on their particular concerns. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hall, could we make sure we get invitation out to community council presidents to attend that meeting too?
We will absolutely be getting that word out to the community councils. We're also working on developing some specific items that we want the community councils to weigh in on and ask them to start possibly forming committees in their community councils to deal with this in their individual areas.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Honeman, sir. Welcome back from Sitka.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was in the 40s and raining every day. So I came back to 5 inches of snow and 5 below zero. I'm not sure where the better weather was. However, logic. Thank you. Glad to be back. We will have the Public Safety Committee, as the chair is directed, to address the alcohol sales tax that's on before us in the meeting in the future, as well as Mr. Hall's laid on the table item. We'll be discussing some options here on 10 o'clock on Thursday the 29th, and it should be here in the chamber. So looking forward to that meeting, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Starr, sir.
No report.
Mr. Steele, sir.
On the 22nd, we had the Enterprise Committee meeting, and we heard from ML&P, update on their activities for Plant 2A, and from the port and AWWU.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last Friday, we had a meeting of the Ad hoc Committee on Chronic Inebriates, where we discussed the proposed alcohol tax. It gave the committee members an opportunity to discuss their positions on the tax, and also we had quite a bit of community involvement at the meeting. We didn't come to a particular resolution, but it was an informative hour. On February 5th, next Thursday, we have our next meeting, at which time we'll hear reports from the two agencies that have been awarded the grant from the state, the $4 million grant that was arranged by the Fairview community to address the problem of chronic inebriation, and we're going to hear what they have to say and what their plans are for those grant funds. And also, I'm kind of excited to announce that on February 13th, we're having a special meeting of the committee. There's a number of nationally known experts, primarily in the Housing First area from Minnesota, that are going to be in Alaska. They were brought up here by another group, but they have graciously agreed to address our committee while they're here. Again, they're nationally known experts in this field, and we can learn a lot from them. So we're excited about that. That'll be February 13th. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, who got the grant, the $4 million? Did that go to the Fairview Group, or did it go to Rural Cap, or who got it?
The $4 million grant was sought by the Fairview community. It was split between two agencies to administer. One is Choices, and Melinda, I can't remember what the other group was. It is Rural Cap. Rural Cap and a group called Choices are going to both be administering that $4 million.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Budget Finance Committee had two meetings this month, January 15th, and that meeting, sorry about that. That meeting was dedicated to hearing the Budget Advisory Commission's 2014 report on property tax assessments and exemptions. We received a thorough report from Al Tamagi, who's a member of the Budget Advisory Commission. It was really a great report. And the Budget Advisory Commission, they're requesting that we consider encouraging state legislation and implementing municipal ordinance changes that would allow and impose a payment in lieu of tax system. They believe that this action would benefit the taxpayers and make property taxes fairer for all citizens. The committee is planning on reviewing and analyzing the findings and making a recommendation to the Assembly. And then we had a special meeting on January 21st, and the purpose was to review the proposed alcohol tax ordinance and to make a recommendation on the amount of tax. After fairly lengthy discussion, the committee did not make a recommendation on the amount of tax. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, sir. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am. Tell us about the meeting you went to today.
Oh, the meeting? Oh, it was very good. Mr. Vacalis did a very good job regarding the potential diminishment of troops on Jaber. But what I can say is I am working with legal, with Assembly Council to draft an Assembly resolution, and I hope when that comes forward at our next meeting that every member of the Assembly hopefully will co-sponsor it. But with regards to the Eberhardt matter, Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
the findings of fact and conclusion of law for both parties are due on Friday. So my intent is to wrangle up you and Mr. Evans so we can continue our deliberations next week, because we are supposed to, in February, present our findings to the whole body, have Joe come in and present and explain the case to the entire assembly. So we will be on schedule to finalize those tax assessment rolls.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Peterson, sir, welcome back. How was California?
It was beautiful. I have no report this evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, ma'am.
Yes, I also will be going down to Juneau this week to present and work with the administration and some legislators as far as the termination studies. And then I'm scheduled to be part of one of the work sessions. I can't remember which one we laid on, so I can explain to the other assembly members exactly what termination studies are and what I'm working on.
We did that scheduled because the termination, just the
Right.
word doesn't tell people
sound
what
good.
it-
About the unfunded liability of the pension fund, PERS pension fund.
We appreciate you doing
And,
that, ma'am.
and then the other aspect, the Title 21 committee will be meeting again. I'm waiting to hear back from the Home Builders Association and one of our high-density residential builders because they're both planning on presenting, and I'm just trying to set up dates with them.
Thank you, ma'am. That completes all the comments from assembly members. Next item of business is addendum to the agenda. If I get a motion to incorporate,
Second.
I'll go through it. Item 9B5, Resolution AR 2015-29, a resolution appropriating a contribution of $100,000 from the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Fund 161, 2015, the Parks and Recreation Department operating budget to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Project Fund 461, all within the Parks and Recreation Department to increase the capital reserve fund for future repairs at Bartlett, Diamond, East, Service, and West Bowls. There's an accompanying memorandum, a same memorandum, which is 9B5A, a same memorandum AM 58, 2015. There's item 9B6, Resolution R 2015-130, resolution appropriating a contribution of $80,000 approved in the 2015 Parks and Recreation General Operating Budget from the Girdwood Valley Service Area Fund 106 to the Girdwood Valley Service Area Capital Improvement Fund 406, all within the Parks and Recreation Department for the purpose of capital improvement of parks and recreation facility. There's also a 9B6A, a same memorandum, AM 59-215. Item 9E11, under information reports, information memorandum, AIM 18-215, AM 18-2015, Annual Executive Salary Report 2015 for Employee Relations. Item 9F7 under Ordinances and Resolutions for Introduction. Resolution AR 2015-31, a resolution appropriating a contribution of $298,000 approved in the 2015 Parks and Recreation Department operating budget from the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Fund 161 to the Anchorage Bowl and Park Recreational Service Area Capital Improvement Project Fund 461, all within the Parks and Recreation Department for capital equipment, maintenance, and improvement. Public hearing on that requested is 2/17/15. There's an accompanying AIM with it, F7A, same memorandum, AM 60-2015. New public hearings. As our clerk notes there, it's the intent of the Assembly Chair to entertain a motion to change the order of the day to take up Ordinance AO 2015-7, item 14H, before Ordinance number 2015-10, item 14G. So item 14G, first public hearing, Ordinance 2015-10, and ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, by the proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Code to adopt alcoholic beverage sales tax to dedicate the revenue to health and public safety uses relating to alcohol beverages, to allow the use of revenue to finance bonds for projects related to alcohol treatment, and provide for approval of by a majority, 50% plus one, of the qualified voters voting on the question from Assembly Members Trainee and Honeman. Item 14H is Ordinance AO 2015-7, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 8.35 to add a new section to prohibit the use of consumption, to prohibit the consumption of marijuana in a public place, and amending the minor offense fine schedule at AMC Section 8.05.025A from the Department of Law. And then I've got two items laid on the table items. One of it is item 13A. This is AO 2014-150S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 12.15.015 to provide a municipal real property tax exemption for privately owned real estate rented or leased for use as a charter school established under Alaska statute. And that's from Trainee Dabrowski and Gray Jackson. Then I've also got another item laid on the table, which is 14G1. It's AO 2015-10S, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the Municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to adopt alcoholic beverages sales tax to dedicate the revenue to health and public safety uses related to alcoholic beverages, to allow the use of the revenue to finance bonds for projects related to alcohol treatment, and to provide for approval by a majority, 50% plus one, of qualified voters voting on the question. Does anybody else have anything else to bring forward tonight? Thank you, ma'am. We need to vote. Please vote. That was approved. Next item in business is the consent agenda. If I could get a motion on the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We'll now go through it for those items that some members wish to pull for further discussion. Ms. Johnson, can we start with you, ma'am?
Could I please? 9A1 and 9D6.
9A1 and 9D6.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Nothing this evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Dombrowski.
No items, sir.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Items 9 Echo 5. And when we get to it, item 9 Foxtrot 1, I would prefer to ask a question before a motion to introduce, please.
Thank you. Foxtrot 1.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. 9 Alpha 2, 9 Delta 11, and 9 Echo 8.
What was your last one? I got your 9D11. What was the other one?
9 Echo 8.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele, sir.
No items, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr, sir.
No items.
Mr. Honeman, sir.
9 Echo 11 from the addendum, please.
Mr. Hall, sir.
No items.
Okay. We have pulled 9A1, 9A2, on page 3, 9D6, on page 3, 9D11, but he wants to talk before we introduce that one. And we need 9F1. Who pulled 9F1? That one is. Thank you for the list. 95 and 98. and 9E11 off the addendum to the agenda. Is there anything else that needs pulled? Okay. Please vote. That was approved. Now we're going to go through those items that were pulled for a little further discussion. The first one is Resolution Error 2015-17, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2015 as Black History Month.
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous. See an objection that is approved, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are several folks in the audience today who are here to receive a copy of these 6 resolutions I have, so please join me up front. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2015 as Black History Month, whereas noted African-American historian Dr. Carter G. Woodson initiated Negro History Week in 1926 to bring national attention to the contributions of African-American people throughout American history, and whereas Dr. Carter G. Woodson initially chose the second week of February for Negro History Week because it marks the birthday of 2 great Americans who each played a prominent role in shaping Black history, Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. And whereas Black history continues to be an important part of American history, and whereas as a result of the ongoing observance of Black History Month and the promotion of Black history awareness, students nationwide at the elementary, high school, and university levels are taught Black history during the month of February, and whereas African Americans have made historic contributions to the growth and the strength of Alaska in numerous recorded and unrecorded ways, and whereas University of Alaska Anchorage will host its annual celebration in honor of Black History Month beginning January 29, 2015, with speaker Dr. E. Lewis Overstreet, author of Black on a Background of White, a chronicle of African American involvement in America's last frontier, to be followed with a variety of events and activities throughout the month of February, and whereas the Anchorage Municipal Assembly joins in reflecting upon the contributions of African Americans to our state, nation, and world, including those in American history who have made important discoveries and contributions to science, education, law, politics, music, art, sports, and the presidency of the United States of America. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly that February 2015 shall be recognized and celebrated in the Municipality of Anchorage as Black History Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 27th day of January 2015.
Thank you. Through the chair, Vice Chair L.V. Gray Jackson, I just love saying that. My name is Celeste Hodge, and I am the Executive Director of Shiloh Community Development Incorporated. It's a nonprofit organization that empowers youth, minorities, and the disadvantaged. And I just want to thank the Vice Chair for actually initiating this resolution proclaiming the month of February as Black History Month. And I really appreciated the attendance of both the chair and the vice chair of the celebration we just had, and when we recognized Dr. Martin Luther King and celebrated his birthday. You know, it's really important that we come together as a community, and when cultural groups host activities and events and invite our leaders to attend and participate, we really appreciate it. It goes a long ways. It shows a connection, and we learn more about one another. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Celeste. And I'll never forget that person that sang the national anthem. That was just out of that little person. Amazing volume.
To the chair and to the vice chair and the members of the assembly, on behalf of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated and the Anchorage chapter of the Links Incorporated, thank you for this resolution. And we always keep in mind that we set aside 1 month of the year to celebrate Black history, but those of us in the culture, we celebrate the accomplishments of those before us every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anchorage, Alaska Assembly, and especially to the Vice Chair, Gray Jackson. On behalf of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated and the Alaska Alumni Chapter, which was founded in 1959 right here in Anchorage, Alaska, we have over 50 strong African-American college-educated women and an Alaska Native soror as well. And we are about education. We are about economic development. We are about international and political awareness and physical and mental health. Thank you so much for the opportunity to serve here in Anchorage, Alaska, and we look forward to continuing to doing more scholarship activities for young men and young women here in Anchorage, Alaska. And several Delta Sigma Theta sorors are back there today as well. And thanks again.
Thank you. Mr. Holm has a question. Sir, was that for her?
Just a comment. I'm sorry, I was other deeds in my other work life kept me away from the celebration of Dr. King's birthday, so I was in Sitka for the last 2 weeks, and I apologize not being there. But thank you for bringing members of the sorority and being here in receipt of the resolution, and look forward to celebrating February with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, honorable members of the Anchorage Assembly. On behalf of the NAACP Anchorage branch, my name is Kevin McGee. I'm the first vice president. I'd like to thank Madam Vice Chair for putting together this resolution on behalf of Black History Month. It is an honorable resolution, and at the NAACP, we're here to make sure that all of America and all of Alaska work together to make a better environment for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
To the chair and the vice chair and all the members of the Assembly, my name is Nathaniel Rivers. I'm the president of the local Omega Psi Phi chapter here in Anchorage, Alaska, Gamma Alpha Alpha. First of all, I'd really like to thank you for this because this is important. My wife is a teacher in the school district, and she's been in the school district over 25 years now. I'm a retired military guy, and I've seen a diverse culture here in Anchorage over the years, and this is important. I know people say, and it's a cliche, but this is very, very important to us as a community in terms of our cultural growth and enrichment. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. First, I want to say thank you to the members of the Assembly, the Chair, and especially Vice Chair Gray Jackson, who so graciously bestowed this resolution upon us. My name is Andre Thorne. I serve as Director of the Multicultural Center at UAA, and from the University Committee, Black History Month Committee, I want to say thank you to the Assembly. And if I can just approach, I do have flyers for the full month of activities that I want to make sure you had in your hand.
She'll make distribution, sir.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for being here, for allowing us to be here. Thank you.
Following up with Dr. Thorne, on behalf of the University of Alaska Anchorage, our Chancellor Case, our Vice Chancellor Bruce Schultz, our Dean of Students, Dr. Duan Lee, we thank you, Assembly, Vice Chair Gray Jackson, Chair Mr. Trainee. This is so important for our students, for all of our students, and as the previous speakers have said, it's important in our community that we're all learning about each other and that we do it not only in 1 month but throughout the year. I echo Dr. Thorne in inviting you to our many different programs that are happening on campus and throughout the community, and we thank you for your continued support and we look forward to it in the future.
Thank you. Next item of business, item 9A2, Resolution Air 2015-18, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Carl Cartwright for almost 35 years of service to the community as Port Maintenance Supervisor at the Port of Anchorage.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous. Seeing no objection. Mr. Evans, you pulled that, sir.
Yes, Mr. Trainee. Is Mr. Cartwright here or any, his family? Good. Please come forward. Whereas Carl Cartwright has excelled in his public service career, which began when he was first hired by the Municipality of Anchorage in 1980 as a temporary port maintenance technician, continuing through his advancement through the maintenance department and through his most recent 9.6 years as maintenance supervisor of the Port Maintenance Division. And whereas during Carl's tenure, he served under 8 administrations, which included Mayors George Sullivan, Tony Knowles, Tom Fink, Rick Meistrom, George Wirch, Mark Begich, Acting Mayor Matt Clayman, and Mayor Dan Sullivan. And whereas Mr. Cartwright's dedicated service has been valuable throughout all leadership transitions in the Municipality of Anchorage, and specifically at the Port of Anchorage. And whereas Mr. Cartwright was instrumental in the planning, design, and operation of the Port's petroleum valve yard and POL No. 2 facilities. And whereas the tenants and stakeholders of the Port of Anchorage have come to count on Mr. Cartwright's institutional knowledge, experience, and aptitude to assist them in all port maintenance and operations. And whereas, after almost 35 years of service to all the citizens of Western and South Central Alaska, by helping to keep Alaska's regional port vibrant and fully operational, he has retired on January 23, 2015. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Carl A. Cartwright is recognized, honored, and thanked for his faithful years of effective, professional, and distinctive public service with the municipality and service to the citizens of Anchorage and its communities. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 27th day of January 2015.
Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I also have a mayoral proclamation plus
Absolutely, sir.
A very special pin for Mr. Cartwright, 35 years of service. Get you a couple jewels on a pin. And
Mr. Mayor, the clerk requests you speak at the microphone, sir.
If I'm done. If you would do the honors of pinning. Yep.
No blood now.
Perfect. Thank you. Very nice. Case. Mayoral proclamation as well. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your service.
Yeah.
Gonna miss you.
Appreciate it.
Who's taking your place?
I'm not sure yet.
You're going to have to tell the world.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor. I'm not a strong public speaker, so I'm brought back up here. Thank you all for your time this evening and for acknowledging what might sound like a long career, but actually felt relatively brief. I consider this an honor. In July of 1980, I was hired at the port as a summer employee to help with miscellaneous repairs to an aging dock fendering system and other failing components, some of which are still in place today. In October of that year, I was offered a full-time position with the Port Maintenance Department. While I was flattered by the offer, I had other potential plans at the time and was unsure about taking the position. While taking a few days to think about my decision, I happened to take a trip to City Hall with Bill McKinney, the port director at the time, and had a happenstance encounter with then Mayor George Sullivan, God rest his soul. The conversation was influential in my decision to stay at the port, and I haven't regretted it for a moment. The Port of Anchorage is an incredible place to work. I've had the honor to work with some amazing people, starting with my first day and all the way to my very last. I've made lasting friendships and relationships with so many people while working at the port. My coworkers, who are amazing, by the way, the admin staff that's leading the way to the best port ever, a security staff that's simply second to none, a safety director that all the other departments are trying to steal from us,
and the maintenance staff that does the impossible every day. I've made friends with port tenants, port users, petroleum companies, various contractors and vendors, municipal employees from other departments, the general public, and more. I've truly been blessed to be a part of such an amazing and important entity. Last Friday, my coworkers, along with other friends, had a luncheon for me. It was extremely nice and even more touching. I would like to thank them again for such a great time and for such a generous gift. Last but not least, I'd like to thank the most amazing woman I know, my wife, Tamara. She put up with late calls, weekend calls, and me climbing out of bed to respond to a multitude of situations that would arise at the port. Without her, none of this would be as gratifying. I thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. We have a few questions for you, sir, if you don't mind. Mr. Honeman?
First of all, comment, and it's one of the things that it stays off the very west end of our waterway. A lot of people aren't allowed access because of this heightened security since 9/11.
Yes, sir.
There's a few events that come and go that people get invited. I know the port has done a great job of trying to invite the community in for PR since those days to try to get people to understand. But what really goes unsung behind the scenes is, it's critical to keep our municipal infrastructure in play and keep it operating and up to speed and functioning so that commerce can come and go and in with the tides and out with the tides, I suppose. And 36 years is a long time, or 35, I should say. It's a long time to be anywhere, but we appreciate you. I know I appreciate you being here, keeping our municipal operations functioning at the port. So I don't know what you plan on doing. I saw you got a fine young men there that will probably be tickled to have more time with you, but hope you stay in Anchorage. I don't know what your plans take you, and hope you stay right here and can enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Yes, I actually am. I'm employed. In fact, I noticed my new boss, Jim Hinkle, is here. And hearing all these things, Jim, don't expect too much. So, thank you.
Congratulations. Greg Jackson has a question for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question, don't worry. I just want to say that, first off, I'm sure that everybody up here feels the same way I do, how valuable our employees are. I hold a personal high regard for each and every one of you. Maybe it's because I was one, too, for quite some time. But I just want to take a moment to thank you truly for your service to the citizens of Anchorage. It's just a wonderful thing, and you've done a wonderful job, and you'll surely be missed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for all your service to the city.
Thank you very much. Thank you all again.
Next item in front of the body is item 9D6, the same memorandum, AM 44-215. That was pulled by Ms. Johnston, ma'am. I need a motion on it.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Johnston?
I think you noticed that I asked some questions about this in my questions on the agenda, and I think Ms. Gorard has a correction to it, but I also, I have to say I'm concerned. I know that the intention was to beef up the management of the SAP implementation. But I also have understood, because as I've been kind of punching around trying to figure out what's going on, that we're supposed to be waiting for an audit. So I'm confused, as we've got two items on the agenda plus an introduction for next week as far as going into our line of credit. And I'm just wondering what's going on.
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, we are in the process of finalizing the SAP QA audit. They have been here for a period of 3 weeks. They gave us a preliminary report. All hands have been on deck during that process. Consultants, project management, certainly a huge dedication from MOA staff. We are in a process now of winding down to a core group. That core group will likely include the project management staff we've put in place, I have for the body a handout of SAP project governance as it stands today, so you can have a better sense of where we stand on project management, but we are moving down to a core group once we finish responding to the SAP QA.
Ms. Johnson?
And so this is an additional project management from what RDI has been doing for us up to this date and what we have authorized through 2015. Is that correct?
Through the chair, this is a continuation of the project management services that RDI has been providing all along on the SAP engagement, plus the addition of additional project management staff from RDI.
So because we did, with our last amendment to the contract, we didn't increase the value of the contract. And this one, we're increasing the value of the contract, but it's still for the same, because the last amendment brought us through to 2015.
That's correct. Yes, through the chair, that's correct.
So you'll be handing out the governance?
I'd be happy to do that.
That would be great. I'm kind of curious of seeing that before I vote, actually.
Ms. Johnston? Ma'am?
I would like to read this and get an idea before I act on this. Could we change the order of the day and put this towards the end of the consent agenda?
Second.
I'll just postpone it to the later on in the meeting. We can pick this back up again, ma'am.
Second.
Okay. We'll pick it up at the end of our consent agenda.
Thank
Give
you.
enough time. Mr. Holman. Next item in front of us is item 9D11, the same memorandum, AM 49 2015 cooperative agreement with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, for avian vector control services for the Municipality of Anchorage. It was pulled by you, Mr. Evans.
Yeah, move to approve.
Mr. Evans, sir?
Yeah, it's just one of my minutes. Again, a lot of these things go by in the consent agenda that are, get passed without any comment, and some of them are actually kind of entertaining, and if we don't pull it, we don't get to share that value with the rest of the public. This one caught my fancy simply because what it is, it's basically requesting a contract between the Solid Waste Services, our enterprise, and the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA. The 3-year cost of this contract is approximately a little over $600,000. And it's said to be for to provide avian vector control services. And avian vector control services sounds pretty impressive, and it sounds like something you could spend $600,000 on pretty easily. As I understand it, basically it's shooing the birds away from the landfill, in more layman's terms. But the really fascinating thing about it, the part that really intrigued me, is the fact that the birds that are causing a problem at the landfill, because there's a nearby airport and you do have to keep birds away from the active airways, and they also do damage to the landfill. But the birds that are doing this are basically protected species by the federal government. There's eagles and there's gulls and other avian creatures involved in this. And because of that, because of the protection afforded by the federal government, we hire federal employees to engage in some type of procedures to shoo away the birds in the way that only federal employees can do, and it costs $600,000. And just when the public wants to know why government costs so much these days, these are the type of things that in the old days would have been a couple boxes full of shotgun shells would have taken care of the problem, but now it's $600,000 and avian vector control services by your federal government that takes care of it, and we pay $600,000 for it. So I just thought it was humorous and thought I would make sure that the public was aware that that was part of the consent agenda. Thank
I always wonder what the resume looks like for the people that do this work.
I have no idea.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
It's actually called bird hazing.
Hey, you're going to haze these birds.
And I've paid for it, and it works, and it makes your customers a lot happier. It's worth it.
Mr. Honeman.
Well, I once again going to try to counter Mr. Evans' concerns and just to assuage some fears, and not to pick, but you know, folks, these birds that damage the leachate control lining on the, we've been there and done that. It costs a ton of money to fix it, and the damage is done to our environment. And if they shut down the dump because we can't use it while they're fixing it, is even more of an inconvenience. So, you build a road, you got to clean it and clear it. You got to fix it if it breaks down. And now there's requirements to put curbing in that's special for people to get up and down and off of those too. So it's kind of like the cost of doing business. And yeah, I understand it seems goofy and it also seems pretty expensive. But I would think that particularly when you come out to the Air Force AWACS plane that crashed because it sucked some birds in the plane engines, I think this is a small price to pay to make sure we're doing it right.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Please vote. That was approved by the body. Those birds are going to get harassed some more. Next item in front of us would be 9E5. 9E5 was Information Memorandum AIM 10-2015 Monthly Investment Reports to the semi-October 2014 Finance Department. Pulled by Mr. Flynn.
Move to accept.
Flynn,
Second.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Ms. Gaillard for the comprehensive response to my question. My only remaining question is approximately what is the timeline for the review that you referenced in your answer?
Through the chair, Mr. Risbald can answer that question for you, sir.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little closer to your microphone? I couldn't quite hear you.
Ross, can you handle that, please?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Flynn, could you do that again for me?
Yeah, just Ms. Gaillard referenced a review of BlackRock's performance in the year ahead, but wasn't quite precise as to what the timeline was for that review. Do you have an idea of what that might be?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Flynn, we will do that. We will begin, if not complete that review, probably in the first quarter of the year. We do a quarterly review with each of our 3 municipal cash pool managers over the phone.
Sir, could you speak in the microphone? We're having problems with our system hearing you.
Pardon me? Is that better?
There, thank you.
I'm sorry. Every quarter, we do a on-site or phone review with each manager and our investment advisor, Callan Associates. And I have already been in touch with our investment advisor to look at this a little closer and examine it. And also, what's important here to remember is even if a manager isn't performing better than their benchmark, they may be outperforming all of their peers just because of the interest rate environment that we're in here, and because it continues to remain somewhat volatile. So we'll be doing that in first quarter for sure, starting that, if not finishing that review. And we will probably put something in the packet in a month or two when we complete that.
Okay.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
So what I think I'm hearing is you hope to have a more comprehensive report by the end of March.
I anticipate that to be the case.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Oh, through the chair, thank you, Mr. Flynn, for asking the question. This isn't the first time we've had them sort of justify their performance measures before, so please urge that it's not a one-time question. I asked the question about 18 months ago or 24 months ago in the same performance period, the same vendor support, so it would be helpful to have a little bit more justification, especially just wait for the report, but don't think it's a one-time request. We've had these groups looked at before, so if you need the notes that we got from the last time we asked the questions, they were somewhat cursory, and I'll be polite, but I was sort of pushed aside by don't worry about it kind of concept. We're going to be ever more reliant on the return on this cash pool investment, so hopefully that's a message that let's be sure we're picking the right folks. Thank Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There don't appear any further questions. Please vote. That was accepted by the body. Next item in front of us is item 9E8, Information Memorandum AIM 13-2015, Sole Service Procurement Report for the month of November 2014. Mr. Evans, sir, you pulled that.
Sure. Move to approve.
Second.
Yeah.
What the heck?
I just pulled, it sort of dovetails on Ms. Johnston's questions from before on the other item. But this one is the contract for Financial Consulting Solutions Group, which is to provide project management service in support of the SAP implementation. And I saw that Ms. Johnston had asked a question on that, but I didn't understand the answer exactly, and I was hoping I can get a little more clarification. She was asking what these people are specifically going to be doing on the project. The answer said that they were middle layer management, focusing on projects and project systems. I wasn't sure. That seemed pretty
What
vague.
means in English?
Yeah, I was a very good bureaucrat, but so if they could just explain where. And I was looking at this chart that was handed out, and I'm just not sure where they fit, if at all, in that process. If that could be explained, that'd be helpful.
Ms. Gaillard?
Through the chair, Mr. Evans, during the time that we were reorganizing the project, we were looking for project management services, and we pulled locally from people that we knew or knew had project management services. One of those is Bill Wilkes, who's worked for the municipality actually through various companies for a long time, and he is identified on that chart that you see, and those were his services. We subsequently went out for invitation to bid to try to broaden away from the sole source contract for our project managers. We have done that, and on that document that you have are project managers who were selected via the invitation to bid, which is a competitive process. And we'll be doing more of that as this project unfolds. But you will see him there, and that is what he does. He's a project manager for Philo, and he's in charge of several different modules within Philo.
Mr. Evans, sir?
Yeah, so Mr. Wilkes is the sole person from that company that we're hiring?
Through the chair, that's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions from assembly members? Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
So I'm starting to get a vision here that the project management team will all be by RFP as much as possible and will be contract workers. Is that your approach?
Through the chair, yes, we would like to move away from the sole source procurement. There will be people from RDI, such as Diane Thompson, that we likely bring to you because she's been with the project for a very long time and has a special set of skills. But as we can get more project management through a competitive process, and also we would like to focus the competitive process locally, that's what we will be doing, and we've been talking to various vendors to do that.
And do we have an idea as far as these contract project managers, as far as, do we have an idea how long it takes them to get up to speed?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, there's a few project managers that we were able to hire through the ITB. You'll see him. One of them is a senior project manager, Mr. Umberto, I don't know his last name is, for HCM, for that Human Resource Capital. He's got 18 to 20 years in SAP HCM. So we put out an ITB which required extensive, deep experience. Those are for the senior project managers. Project managers that will report to them, we're not requiring that kind of depth of knowledge primarily because it doesn't exist in Alaska. So that middle layer, what you would consider a middle layer project manager, will have a more general skill set.
And in the past, have we had these employees or these positions been more taken as needed from our municipal employee pool?
Through the chair, there was no project management in the middle layer that we're talking, or the senior manager level on the project prior to the restructure that occurred in October.
And hopefully this is going to dovetail with the audit.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Johnson, this is dovetailing with the audit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from assembly members? If not, please vote. The item was approved or accepted. Next item in front of us is on the addendum to the agenda. It's item 9E11, Information Memorandum AIM 18-2015, Executive Salary Report for 2014. Mr. Honeman, sir, you pulled that one.
Yeah, I move to accept.
Mr. Honeman, sir.
Yep, got a question, and I saw earlier in the regular agenda where I think there was some executive appointments, and there was like 5 or 6 names listed, and it had an hourly breakdown. I'd be curious as to the hourly breakdown of the employees on these. I know it's on Excel spreadsheet, it looks like, so I'm not sure that it couldn't be done fairly easily. So I'll send an email, Ms. Giard, I suppose, through your office or the municipal manager's office. I'm just curious as to, there are a couple of questions. One is, on several of the entries here, there's no annual benefit cost. Is that due to a specific reason why there's no benefits to some employees?
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, I'd have to look into that for you.
Okay, and then also, I am curious what the percentage of the executive payroll, what percentage of the overall employment payroll, what percentage is it, 1%, 5%, just curious. So if I could,
yes.
perhaps I'll send an email and then forward that in.
Through the chair, we would like to be able to get you the hourly rate, but just by dividing the salary by 2080, that's
Sure.
standard. We do rounding in the ER systems, and I would like to not bother with that for
Yep,
this
no
response,
worries.
if that's okay with you.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Other
you, Mr. Chairman.
questions? Seeing none, please vote. 11. Let's see. Yeah, I know. I watch it. I didn't vote. That item is approved, accepted by the body. Thanks for reminding me about that. Okay. Let's see. We have item 9F1. Mr. Flynn, you wanted to discuss that before we get a motion on it?
If you don't mind, sir.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, and thank you again to the administration for the response to the inquiry. My understanding is the actuarial report that this references is due on February 1. Would it cause any harm to hold off on introducing this until after we've had a chance to review that?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, the reason we put this forward, first of all, the answer to your question is no. The reason we put it forward is that last year we got it, we had to send it back for correction, and it was late coming back, and so it held up the audit because we had to go through the appropriation process, which is perfectly fine. We put it in this year, hoping that we would get it in, get the report, firm up the number, have the public hearing, and be done with the matter. So if we delay it to February 2nd, I still think that's well within the time frame we were hoping.
Okay. Thank you
Mr.
very
Flynn,
much.
sir.
Ms. Garrett, with respect, I would ask that we not introduce this and put it on the agenda for our February 3 meeting for introduction.
The clerk can do that. The administration says there's no problem with it. We haven't introduced it yet. So if it's not introduced, it would come up in the next meeting. Is that fine with you as clerk? Okay. You get that look on your face, but I appreciate you doing that. We now go back to the one item we didn't deal with before. That was item 9D6. Ms. Johnston, there is a motion on the floor to approve it. To approve it. But you had some. Let's get back to it.
Right, and thank you very much for this chart. It helps a lot. How many of the RDI contracts here are new to the project?
Through the chair, there's a project manager named Michael Proxel, who is new.
And he brings.
He is a project manager on time and payroll for Human Capital Resource Management.
Okay.
There is a project manager, Rick Pinnell. He came in very early in the project and started adding project management services and got us organized for the workflow review we did in December and also the SAP QA audit that was here. He is brand new and a full-time resource. And I think there's one more resource that I might have left off. That's Cammie Fitch. She's working on, she's a business analyst and does reporting analysis on the SAP reporting structures.
So this amendment we're approving tonight will cover the additions, and that brings us up to speed as far as RDI, and appropriations we made through 2015 before.
That is correct. Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, ma'am. I've got Ms. Dombrowski. Ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Guyard, can you confirm for me, if memory serves, I think we're supposed to be having the audits, both audits, presented to us on February 13th, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, Ms. Dombrowski.
So, I didn't mean to tune Ms. Johnston out. I'm so sorry. But remind me again why we have to do this tonight and not wait to spend this $200,000 till after those audits come?
Through the chair, it's continuing funding for the project management services that RDI performs. They are intricately involved in helping us respond to the QA, the comments that SAP will provide. We received a draft document. It's quite substantial. And so it provides them funding probably through the end of March or April to help us work on that project.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and that's what I thought I heard you say before. But I guess this SAP project governance that I see that you handed out, to me, I see where you're going with it. But until we have the audits in hand, we don't know if this is actually going to accomplish what we want it to accomplish, nor do we know if SAP is a viable option going forward. So you could probably see my hesitation in spending another $200,000 before we get the audits back. And that's just because when we talk to our independent auditor, everything's on the table. And that's even the assessment of whether we should even continue. So can you alleviate my concerns of spending $200,000 of taxpayers' money?
Yes, I can. Okay. I believe, through the chair. Ms. Dombrowski, those are continuation services. And as we move forward to February 13th, I accept there's a significant uncertainty in the project. And what we would like to do is have the certainty that as we move forward with RDI, we don't run out of money midstream. So we won't run out of money for the end of February or the end of March. So that's our intention. If you decide to slow down the project, or if you give us direction to take a different tact on the project, we won't spend that money because we'll adhere your direction and we simply will stop.
And the current funding will expire what date? Was that December 31st? I mean, where are we at now? So if this is put off until after the 13th, what does that mean? Things don't come to a screeching halt, do they, or do they?
I believe that the current unfunded or unspent amount on RDI's contract is about $93,000. So that would probably take them to the end of February.
So that would take them through our opportunity to get the audit and evaluate the assessment.
Yes, it would.
I appreciate that. And because of that, I won't support that tonight. But if this were deferred until after we get the audits, then I feel like I would be making an educated decision. So I respectfully, appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Thank you, through the chair. Ms. Guyard, is it possible that the audit would come back and be critical of RDI's performance?
Through the chair, I've had a preview of the audit, a very detailed 8-hour analysis, and there is nothing in the audit that SAP has done that's been critical of RDI's performance. The Assembly is having its own independent audit of project management, and that is, I have not had a preview of that. I believe that your auditor is writing his reports right now, but I have heard nothing from him that would indicate that he's critical of RDI's project management efforts. However, I can't tell you for sure that that's going to be the case.
Thank you.
And I just would like to ask if Mr. Cheney, Ms. Dombrowski, if you could defer this rather than kill it, then I wouldn't have to go through the process of reintroducing again. Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate my colleagues and their comments. It's nice to not be the only one critical of the SAP project.
There's others of us too besides you.
No.
It's all right, Elby.
Sorry about that, folks. I'm glad to see everybody on board. Anyway, with that said, I'd like to move to postpone approval of AM 40 for 2015 until the meeting of February 27th,
Second.
and that'll take us after the work sessions on the 13th. That's the next meeting after the 13th, so that's why I'm moving to postpone until the meeting of February 27th.
It's moved and seconded.
I'm sorry, 17th.
Second.
February 17th.
February 17th. Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Is it 17th?
17th, February 17th.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, Mr. Chairman.
Any comments on the motion in front of us? Please vote. That was approved by the body. The item will come back in front of us on February 17th.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up item 19, sorry about that, executive sessions.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved to second, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to go into executive session so that we can discuss litigation strategies and receive legal counsel related to the port lawsuit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? Okay. Moved to second. Is there any objection to that? Seeing no objection, we're going to executive session. We'll be back, and then we'll begin the regular agenda. And we're also taking a dinner break. We'll be back. Ready, Madam Clerk? Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Assembly took no action during the executive session, so therefore I move that the release date for the recording of the executive session shall be when all causes of action have been resolved by final judgment or when further claims arising from the matter are otherwise barred. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Need a second on that?
Second.
Any discussion with Assembly members? If not, please vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
it's my attention we've got a few students.
That item was approved.
We have a few students here in the,
Okay, Mr. Holden.
they'll get a chance if they,
Who's the student that's here?
there's several students, I believe.
Come up front and talk to us. You admitted you're a student. Come on up front.
There's several students here, not many, but several students.
Come and talk to us. Just give us your name and what school you go to. We'd like to keep track of who's here from what school. And if you want us to sign your paperwork, that's a requirement.
Hi, my name is Megan, and I am a senior at Shugiak High School.
What's your name?
Megan
Megan, last name?
Moore.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Miley Scatini, also senior at Shugiak High. I'm Angeline Whitney, and I'm a senior at Shugiak High.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Shaw, and I'm here from Diamond High School. I'm also a senior.
Very good. Welcome. Thanks for coming to the meeting.
Thank you.
Next item of business in front of us is going to be item 11A. That is Assembly Memorandum AM 32-215, C4 Shaw LLC Professional Legal Services Contract Amendment Number 4 to Port Expansion Litigation, $900,000. We need a motion on this one.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from Assembly members. Please vote. That was approved. The vote was 9-2. Next item in front of us is item 13A, Ordinance AO 2014-150, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 12.15.015 to provide for a municipal real property tax exemption for privately owned real property, leased or rented, leased or rented or leased for use as Anchorage as a charter school established under Alaska statute. And there is an S version that was laid on the floor tonight. Public hearing this item is still open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. You have 3 minutes. Welcome, sir.
My name is Jason Storter. Basically, I just wanted to come up and give encouragement for your discussion on this and taking action on this issue. The treasurer at Rilkashula, if you have questions for me tonight, I wanted to open myself up to them. Also, I wanted to bring up specifically one concern that's been brought to me by a colleague. And so the idea that the concern that's been brought up is that if this passes, somehow this could slow down progress on the greater problem that is charter school housing inside the ASD. And so there's a concern that's been raised to me that, well, if we pass this, if this goes forward, are we going to slow down what the future hope is for charter schools and ASD and facilities? And I just wanted to point out that it is my opinion, and it's an educated opinion through many conversations with school board members, work sessions over this whole process, that the problems that are going on with charter school, their facilities, is not about taxes alone and municipality equality across public education. That issue is very important to us at Rilkashula. But to the ASD, there is many, many problems when it comes to housing charter schools and the situation we're in. Bringing equality to taxes on public education does not make the ASD go, our problem is fixed. We no longer have the desire that we are moving forward in bringing charter schools home. Eric Croft and pretty much every single board member has made it very clear that this issue is what is at the forefront of their minds when it comes to charter schools, and it's going to be tackled over the next couple of years. And so I just wanted to throw in my opinion that don't penalize programs like ours, the children that go to our school, when it comes to equality and taxes, to force ASD direction. It's not needed. ASD is going to take action on charter schools and how they house those students. So I just want to encourage you guys to move this, and thank you for your time and the obvious work that's been put in on it. Thank you very much.
Stay here for a second. Mr. Starr has a question.
I have a concern that the landlord will play games with the rates, knowing full well that he's going to rebate money back to the tenant. How do you have an answer on how that's handled?
I stated it last time. I can understand your concern. So I'm going to use our example. Rilke Shula lease with Kiska, 11.1. We are solely responsible for property taxes. The language in the lease is that Rilke Shula is 100% responsible for property taxes. So we've negotiated our lease rates. Property taxes are not part of that discussion. It is a known fact in the legal document that is on our shoulders. And obviously that's how this program, I mean, the concern that this somehow loops back to Kiska, I can understand that being a concern, but that's something that certainly just can't happen. You need documents like ours that put the responsibility of taxes very clearly in the documentation of where they need to be, which is how it is.
The void that you talk about addressing in terms of that will entice larger developers to come into the mix and write 20-year leases. So the year-to-year stuff, I have no problem when you sort of negotiate market rates, but when a 20-year deal is on the table, it becomes quite sophisticated, and so the idea that somehow you're going to get rebate cash flow every year and we're going to have accountability for that seems to be lost in the concept. So I'm not completely there yet, but there's a big concern that I have with how that could be managed, especially I'd be wonderful to see purpose-built schools financed by private sector money, but I'm not certain that the services that the municipality would provide, fire protection and all the other ones, would be needed to discount completely for that developer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the other questions. Thank you.
All right.
Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Miranda Walso, W-A-L-S-O. A lot of the questions that I've heard regarding the Rilke Shula lease from the public had to do with confusion, whether it was a loan, who it was coming from, where the money came from, and if it was something the district could afford. A lot of the questions I've heard from legislators and school board members regarding it had to do with if the money was protected, whether there was transparency, whether it really put the needs of the kids first. I wanted to say that one of the things I have observed in this is that this is one of the few shining examples that we have right now where community members, legislators, school board members have all come together to work on something new. One of the things that defines the Rilke Shula project is that it's not something that they've done before. They worked so many hours in so many ways to find a way to come up with a solution to give them a school, excuse me, when they need it, because their building is not sustainable next year. They need change now. One of the things I believe would be a fallacy to do in this case is to write something overly complex that could be served with an exemption. There are concerns and legitimate problems regarding kickbacks or problems or corruption from developers, public sector, private sector, and transparency. This situation, though, is one that is being watched very closely by a large number of people, including yourselves as legislators. It would be very simple to simply give excuse me, an exemption that mirrors the same way that ASD is treated regarding property taxes. By giving an exemption that allows them not to have to pay it up front rather than getting a reimbursement or something more direct that has perhaps more oversight, it allows that money to be used now to purchase or to hire a new teacher or to get new supplies or to make changes for the students while they're there without having to wait for a reimbursement or how that funding comes. It allows them to simplify their structure because they don't have the resources of the district. The superintendent's office and the administration has been very, very willing to work with RILCA and to come up with this complex documentation to support it. But that's not something they were obligated to do. That was a partnership. That was something that both of them came to work on, not that was guaranteed. And that's why it was so new, because that isn't how charter schools have been treated in the district up until now. Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, my name is Lynn Jablonski, Jablonski, and I'm with Winterberry Charter School. I'm a parent there. I am a fundraising fool, some would say. I volunteer about 500 hours a year towards fundraising for our school. And one of the big things that we fundraise for is training our teachers. You can't have a Waldorf school if they don't know what Waldorf is. So we spend a little over $40,000 a year training our teachers, and that is almost what we pay in taxes. We do have a lease that is a 20-year lease. When we built that building with a contractor who leases it to us, and in that lease it does stipulate that we are responsible for all of our taxes ourselves, and that is something that we write a check, Winterberry Charter School, and I would love to take a vacation. But not that I would, because of course there's so many needs for the kids. But I will continue to fundraise diligently, but this would be a really big help if this was passed, and so I really encourage you to do that. We are a nonprofit organization, and I would love to be able to see us benefit from that, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions.
No questions?
No questions. Welcome, sir.
No questions. Okay.
No questions.
Hello, I'm Michael Rayberg, R-E-H-B-E-R-G. I'm on the Academic Policy Committee for Winterberry Charter School. I'm speaking in favor of their property tax exemption for charter schools. We accomplished a move into a new site 3 years ago now, with lots of work from parents and staff, facing a lot of the risks that I think a lot of the work that RILCA is facing right now. It would be good to know that we are no longer the only school, public or private, that pays property tax in Anchorage. So we'd rather use that money for educational expenses, and hope you'll consider approving this ordinance.
Mr. Horniman has a question for you, sir. Mr. Horniman?
Just a quick question, and maybe you or the other lady might, from Sam Winterberry. Are you guys currently writing the check straight to the municipality for the taxes, or do you pay it to the owner of the building as part of your lease?
I could ask.
To the owner.
Right.
So the owner is responsible for his taxes on his building, and so if this exemption came in, then you just wouldn't pay the check to the owner.
We wouldn't pay the $40,000 or so check to the owner. Exactly.
Is that something that happens just once or twice a year, the June and August?
We do it annually.
Just do it.
I understand.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, sir?
That's it.
There are no other questions, sir. Thank
Thanks.
you. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Look at the meeting, sir.
Thank you. My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V as in Victory, E-E-2. Hi, everybody in TV land, by the way. Where is the money that's going to replace this exemption coming from? It's not going to come from the taxpayers that own property, is it? Because we're being taxed now too much. What ideas, let me pose a question to you all. What ideas have you all come up with to replace the money for this exemption? You know, you take so many beans out, you got to put so many beans back in. Have you all thought of any ideas, I hope? Or is it magically going to come out of the property owners? Oh, we'll love you for that. But that's a thought. You know, this is a great idea, charter schools. You know, this is a good idea. But is this the right time for this? When we're going to be facing this gigantic budget crunch? The state's not going to come to your rescue. If you all saw on Sunday, Governor Bill was really happy about the Obama decision. I mean, And that was, anyway. But, yeah, where is this money going to come to replace this tax exemption? And I hope somebody up there has an idea, and don't think about property owners. Oh, no, we'll just love you for that. Well, anyway, that was my 2 cents worth. I hope that didn't get taxed.
And there's no questions either. Thank you.
No questions. Oh, my goodness.
You'll be up again.
You can count on it.
Take care. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
My name's Deidre Watson, W-A-T-S-O-N, and I am the business manager at Winterberry Charter School. And I just kind of wanted to address the question that you had regarding transparency with this. The Anchorage School District Purchasing Department oversees our lease and has guided us with their legal department on the lease and all the implications of it. So I just wanted to add that that's kind of a safety net for that. It has been overseen by the legal department with ASD, and that the monies that are getting paid for the taxes go directly to that taxes. We do make a one-time payment every year that we have to, it comes out of our general budget. So our allotted funds that we get per student, we have to spend that money for our lease. And so that would be saving money that our students allotment that we get, so we could do other things with that. So there is a safety net in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. We appreciate your testimony. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers. I drove kids to school, charter schools, for 30 years because I thought it was a better way for my kids to go than the neighborhood schools. All the Christian schools, they don't get taxed. This is not a money-making thing, teaching these kids. Let's give them a tax break. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing saying none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move the S version.
Second.
Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank my colleagues. I think this is the second meeting in a row where you've brought a topic before us where I have to vote against one of my kids' coaches. I'm not supportive of this, and it's not because I don't think the motivations are correct, but charter schools are public schools. Charter schools should be housed in public facilities. And the first gentleman who spoke, the treasurer from Rilke School, was, I think, probably quoting from my email to Mr. Lentfer, my son's ski coach, where I said that my concern about advancing this legislation is it takes the pressure off the school district for solving the problem. Because the way you solve the problem is more efficient use of the existing public facilities that we have, and perhaps one or two more. And we have the parents of, I believe it's 398 students who are highly motivated to push this forward. And once this passes, and I have no doubt it's going to pass, those 398 children's parents are going to say, our problem is solved, we're taking our foot off the pedal. And so it's not that I don't think this is the right motivation behind this. It's not that I think that we should be taxing schools. It's that I think we need to do a better job of making public schools public. And this doesn't, in my mind, advance the long-term vision for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn, sir. Any other comments from assembly members? Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Flynn. I tend to agree with you, even though I'm one of the sponsors of this. But I want to go back to Mr. Laravy's comment, because I have looked at this in a holistic approach. And as many of you know, the Budget Advisory Commission has just released a report regarding tax-exempt properties within the municipality. So when I look at this, what I know is that system is antiquated, and I believe there are a lot of properties that get tax exemptions now that probably next year won't be getting them. Because I think this body is motivated to look at that antiquated system, and I'll bet you that the amount of money that we are going to pull back on the tax rolls that will defer the cost to every other taxpayer, people that get exemptions now that probably shouldn't be, to be honest with you, that is the holistic approach that I'm looking at. So when I look at this, I look at it somewhat like Mr. Flynn does, but I have lack of faith in the bureaucracy, to be frank. And what I know is these are public schools. We're not talking about private charter schools. We're talking about public schools that are being funded in large part with public money. You have all these students. This is one thing that drives me crazy. You have all these students that go to these schools. ASD counts them in their student calculations. They get federal transportation money, but ASD does not pass that federal transportation money on to those students. They're all public students, but they're not treated with parity. And what I do know is schools like Winterberry, Eagle Academy, Riccoshula, they are some of the best performing schools in this city. And by golly, I'm going to invest in them because, quite frankly, they're worth it. I think we're getting a better return on our investment than we are at some of the traditional schools. It's not to say traditional schools are bad. I'm a product of ASD. Both of my children are products of ASD. So is my husband, though I did a little better than he did. Sorry, Ben. But that's why I say, to me, I want to see results, and I want to see our investment going into schools that are performing. And these are high-performing schools, and I will absolutely do what I can to support them, because I think as we move through government, we can't keep doing things the same way because it's the same way we've always done it. And this is an opportunity to do something revolutionary. It's to step up and say it's time to make a change. And so, though I cannot make ASD give you your transportation money that I believe you should have, and then we maybe not even having this discussion, I can help make parity. But the commitment that I give to you, Mr. Larrabee, is I will not stop. I am absolutely going to look at every other tax exemption within the city and make sure that it's equitable. And I'm going to make sure, and I think when we're done, what we'll see is we'll see every other taxpayer within Anchorage, we're going to see a little decrease, I think. But it's going to be a long process, and it's not going to be an easy one because it's going to take coordination with the state. So, but those are the commitments that I make, not just to the taxpayers, but to the parents of these schools, because we recognize you are going above and beyond. These are public schools, and it's time that we invest in charter schools because they are already performing. So I appreciate the support of this. We have tried through the work session, Mr. Wheeler, as well as the property appraisal department. They have all expressed concerns in the S version. We've tried to address every single one of those concerns. Is it perfect? I'm not sure that it is, but we felt like we adequately addressed everyone's points. There's an AM that clearly expresses, explains all of them. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Ms. Tucker and I were right up until the last minute today, we're working on this. So I'm hopeful this satisfies everybody's concerns, and I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Johnston.
I'm glad. I like the S version. I'm, to be honest with you, didn't have enough time to really read it. And as Ms. Gray Jackson is usually the first to comment, the new rules are that S versions usually go for another 2 weeks with what changes have been made. So would you be open to postponing this for 2 weeks?
It's another week. Let me ask Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I don't have a comment.
Okay.
So the next meeting is February 3rd. Could we postpone this to February 3rd? I move that we postpone this to February 3rd.
Second.
Is there any objection? Should no objection, this item will come back in front of us for action on February 3rd. It's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Johnston, for bringing that to our attention. Pick it up on February 3rd. So the board gets clear. Next item in front is item 14A, Ordinance AO 2015-1. An ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance not to exceed $5,350,000 of general obligation bonds of the Municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of area-wide facilities, capital improvement, and related capital improvements at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7th, 2015. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name.
Hello, my name's still Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is a victory, EE-2. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And for capital improvements, I mean, I'm open to improvements, but this just isn't the right time. Our ship is sinking. We don't have the efforts to put more on the boat. I mean, that's too much money. 500, wow, where are you all going to get this? Yeah, I'm against it. Right now I am. Maybe when the economy improves, maybe when we can raise our heads out of the situation we're in this year. But right now, that's way too much money. And we need to cut. We do need to cut because obviously, if I think that's too much money, it must be. I mean, to me it is. So we do need to cut this. Some way, somehow, we need to review it. We need to go over it. We need to see what we can take out. Because once again, that is, right now, this year, that's too much money. And that's all I have to say. See you.
Sir, I do have some questions for you. Mr. Bob.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. It's more of a comment. Mr. Larrivee, what we're doing tonight, I have a feeling I'm going to get the opportunity to listen to you speak multiple times. And I appreciate that. But I just because we vote to put these in front of the voters doesn't necessarily mean the members of this body support this.
Why not?
But I can tell you a number of these that are coming before us tonight are like fixing leaking roofs, fixing electrical systems, those types of things. So some of them are for facility maintenance, and that's a big portion of what this bond is. It's for municipal buildings that have things wrong with them. So the beauty of this is, as a voter, you will absolutely get the opportunity to vote no if that's your inclination.
What's keeping them going right now?
What do you mean? What's keeping them going?
They're functioning right now.
Sure, but it doesn't mean a roof's not leaking. So I just wanted you to know that. This, just because this may or may not pass, if it passes, it means it goes on the ballot, and you'll get to vote.
And how much money is this going to cost, though, to put this on the ballot?
I've got that answer. It's on the back of it.
Well, I was going to say, this particular one is $5.35 million.
Yeah.
So that's how much this one costs, and there will be more, and trust me.
I hope so.
Any other questions, ma'am?
Nope.
Mr. Evans, sir?
Yeah, not to reiterate, but I just wanted to make it clear to Mr. Larrivee that the next several items are just items to be put on the ballot to allow the taxpayers to decide for themselves if they want to spend the money. Doesn't obligate anybody, doesn't cost, I mean, we're going to have an election anyway, so there will be ballots printed. But that's what it's for, and the taxpayers get to decide that issue.
Well, I hope they decide right.
Mr. Honeman, sir.
Just a comment. It is on an average value home of $300,000 roughly. It's $3.51 a year to fix things that we already own that need repair. If you put it off, sometimes it might be double or triple that to try to fix it when it really goes bad on you. Thank you.
But shouldn't we look at?
It's up to the voters to decide.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. I kind of got to roll with Mr. Larrivee. You talk about $5 million here, $5 million there. Pretty soon you're talking about quite a bit of money. And the way it goes here in town is the the property tax is kind of that thing that's in your mortgage that nobody really sees. You just think the bank is gouging you. So it's kind of insidious. The welfare folks don't pay none of it. So those of us that get our tax bill in hand, we actually look at it. It's not just on our monthly payment. We see that tax. And it's astounding when you're coming out of pocket to pay it. I'm kind of with Larrabee. 5 million here, 5 million there, 3-4 million over here. Pretty soon you're talking about some money. So let's be real careful about what we put on the ballot, because it's going to pass. People don't think it's costing them nothing. That's what I'm saying. You know, right here is where we can mitigate the cost. On the ballot, everybody thinks it ain't costing nothing. Anyway, my 2 bits. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. No questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hearing say no in public hearings, close. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Moving to second assembly discussion. This is on 14A, 2015-1. Please vote. That item was approved by the body.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to combine items 14B, C, D, and E. They're similar bond propositions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second. That's
Yes.
the public hearing?
Yes.
That's the public hearing. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, what you're going to be doing is then testifying on 14B, C, D, and E. These are all the bonds we've got coming in front of us. I asked for unanimous consent. There was no objection. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for slowing me down. I appreciate it. Public testimony is now open. If you wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. So we're combining items 14, B, C, D, and E.
Yes, sir.
So I reckoned I better jump up here in case somebody had something to say about one of these, because they're all getting put in the same category real quick. I'm kind of piggybacking on, was it Larrabee? Larrabee, and then the gentleman who spoke after him. I'm piggybacking on that last gentleman that spoke. The people who are receiving Social Security, they're like, what'd you say? They're not paying into the...
Sir, you have to talk to us. You can't talk to the back. You've got to talk to us.
You can't?
No.
Okay.
Talk to us, sir.
I learn something new every time I come here.
You'll be here next week.
What's that?
I'll help you when you're here next week. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, it's really cool, like, talking to Larrabee and this last gentleman. I really believe that community involvement in our government, where we, like, look at stuff before we just pass it through and whatever, 5 million, 27 million, you know. It's just, I'm really grateful to have a local government like this, where the community is involved and things really happen. And this is where it happens. So where are we at now? Could you stream? I just ask one question. Where are we at?
You're on 14B, C, and D.
14B, C,
And E.
D,
Testifying on those items.
and E.
Relating to bonds.
Okay. So let's add them up real quick. We got roughly 2,750,000 there. There's 1,800,000 there. There's 17 million there, and there's 6,760,000 there. So there's a lot of stuff going on. So I figured, hey, get up there, just give some people some time. Maybe they want to talk about it, because once that vote goes through that y'all are about to do, then that's it. It's on the ballot. Am I mistaken?
That's correct. It'll be on the ballot.
That's
April 7th.
We're making big moves, leaps and bounds. But like I said, I'm grateful for the local government we have here. That's all I got.
Sir,
I couldn't pull anything out that
Mr. Honeman for you. Mr. Honeman, sir?
Just a comment, and that is, I'm also grateful for the public participation, and that's why the public hearings before we make a decisions are. And just so you know, one of the things that we could all do better is to be better informed. So look at all of these potential bond propositions. It's up to this body, if we approve that it be placed on the ballot, that's the only decision we have to make. Should it go to the ballot, to the people to make a decision?
Right.
That's the most basic of local decision making that we can offer to our citizens. If the voters in a majority vote yes or no, and I've been in this town where we passed bonds where I thought they wouldn't pass, and that we've denied bonds that I thought would pass. One of the things I think you can be, and for the rest of the public and people listening in, you can be very comforted, I believe, is we're not proposing many bonds beyond what we're paying off for the current year. So next year's bonds, if they all pass at the will of the voters, at the ballot box, the money that's indebted will not exceed by much, if I'm not understanding, my understanding is correct, by much what we've been paying off. So it's almost like a wash. And yeah, I'm concerned just like anybody else as a taxpayer, but stay in tune and stay informed and share that information as much as you can.
In response to that, Mr. Honeman, as far as participation, I work a full-time job with the city of Anchorage with the best group of individuals that I've ever worked with, the most well-rounded, most organized from the top down. Everything it's like a well-oiled machine working with the city, and it's been an honor to work with them for the last year. But in participation, when I went down to City Hall after going on the website to inform myself on what we're doing as a city in this next assembly meeting that we're at right now, I wasn't able to get those documents until Thursday. I went in there, and there's a large time span where I don't know if you guys have access to these propositions and ordinances that the citizens don't have. Have you looked into that at all, Mr. Honeman?
I haven't, but we generally get our agenda about the same time frame.
Really?
We're aware we have some
Make
work.
sure they're available whenever you come down there.
Certainly.
Well enough ahead of time. We'll take a look into what you're saying.
Yes. Thank you,
What
sir.
the problem was, if there was a problem, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
My name is Phil Isley. Last name's Isley. And having been here before, I know this probably won't do much good, but I'll try anyway. I'm kind of concerned about some of your bonds because in the last few years, my side, the public side, hasn't gotten a lot of raises, and the city seems to get their cost of living allowance and everything. And I got my green card in the mail today, and it went from my property value went from $139,000 to $224,000, which is a 61% increase. And all I did was replace the furnace. And you say that we're paying off the bonds, but every year my property taxes go up a little bit, and my property taxes is the highest bill that I have to pay. And when we look at this facilities that we're fixing, you say if you let it go, it might cost longer, but cost more money. But we pay a lot of people to maintain these facilities, and I'm wondering with these people that we pay, how come that they didn't fix the leaks? How come they didn't take care of things when they initially started instead of letting them get far enough behind that we had to do a bond issue? I'm also concerned about things like fixing parks and stuff. When we have lots of money and the state gives us help and so forth and so on, it's a lot easier to do that. But right now, you're asking us to, or basically we're tightening our belts, and you want to spend money on nice-to-have stuff. You look at the Anchorage School District, and our facilities there are at an 85% fill rate. There should be a way that we could consolidate those and maybe have a complete open building that we could give to the charter schools so they wouldn't have to rent. There's a lot of improvements that we could make to reduce the cost to us, and I think you guys should start considering that before you make all these bonds, which would be nice to pay off, because when you look at the end result that we're all looking at here, the last time I looked, the average city worker made $64,000 a year, and the average family of 4 in Anchorage made $58,000, which means your average city worker makes twice as much as your average private sector worker. If you consider that they're going to live 50 years after they retire, which is not unheard of now, just in wages alone, we're going to be paying them roughly $3.2 million as soon as they retire. That's what you should have set aside for them. And that's not counting any of the medical for them. So if you look just at the school district that had 6,600 employees, if you just look at 6,000 of them over the 20-year period, you're going to be looking at $20 billion, and you guys have nothing set aside to pay for that. And you're not going to be able to do it all with just property tax. So at some particular point, you need to suck up a little bit, because we've been doing it for at least 10 years now.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Welcome, ma'am.
Name hasn't changed. It's still Miranda Walso, W-A-L-S-O. One of the things that's the hardest in conversations like this is that when things get to the ballot, you don't have an opportunity to provide feedback. I may vote no on something, but I don't get to write, this is why I'm saying no. It was because of the way that was worded. I didn't feel like that actually dealt with my issue. That kind of feedback happens way, way earlier in the process. That's the kind of feedback that you're hearing people don't feel like they have a forum to give. Part of the problem with involving the community in things like this is how complex these issues are. This is a formality. Voting on these it's an administrative motion. It has to do with advancing it to the next stage on the agenda. It doesn't have to do with allocating money, paying it out, reducing expenses, nothing like that. But people are saying that they don't know where to get that information. I do know how complex the budgeting issues are. They are not easy to sit through and pore over, especially if you're trying to make sure that you're on the right page with the right form from the right year. Not just getting them in time and making sure it's the right version for the right bill, for the right time, before the right assembly. These are very, very hard for most people to do. Not just do in general, but then also work around and find an opportunity to come up with the feedback, to identify how that does or doesn't address their specific concerns. That's where the transparency fails. It's not that the information isn't available, not that can't be found by people who look. It's that it's not available when we have an opportunity to make a difference. When these revisions happen, it's not after the votes are cast. It's not after the bonds are on the ballot. It's in the changes that go before it gets there. That's when people should be involved. That's when they're not, because that's not how they understand it. Thank you.
Ma'am, Mr. Starr has a question for you.
Yes.
And I never want to lecture folks that come and testify to us, but I think the new way to reach out is to reach out to us. We're elected. We fight hard for our opportunity to be up here. So what I'm finding is the new trend is to talk to us throughout, not just at meetings, but always. And I'll be accused tonight of not returning emails, but I'm district driven. I respond first to the constituents that I represent out in Chugiak Eagle River, but I encourage that. We're here. We all work a lot on this very task, and then we can explain to you offline as to how the process works a little clearer, under less duress, less 3 minutes, less whatever. We've had capital budgets that are approved prior to this, so sometimes the bond action, in fact, the matter for tonight has already been discussed at a previous budget discussion, which starts building in October. Should this be a viable project to fix the roof at Sullivan or in Mulcahy relocation? Those conversations happen for 4, 5, 6 months. And so, I hesitate to say that what we're hearing is sort of an immediacy or trying to pull a fast one. I don't believe that's how it works. I certainly would want more feedback, and the ways to do that are numerous now with cell phones and all the other stuff, but I think we're all committed to taking that feedback, so encourage you to do it.
To answer that, the reason I'm here tonight was because of the Rilke thing.
Sure.
But I don't have students there. I'm not involved with that school. I have no affiliation with it. I did communicate with the people who were working on it. I was involved with observing that. This is how we do it. And I have emailed representatives, and I've gotten great responses back. And I think that that's one thing that people aren't as aware of. But it takes time.
Sure enough.
There's not as many people who have the concerns, who have the opportunity to come and say, I didn't get that answered, let alone be able to write the email, write the questions, and identify it. And if they all were, you wouldn't have time to answer them. That's why President Obama doesn't return all his requests for information.
We certainly try, and I guess that's what I'm feeding back to you is my home number's listed, my cell phone number's listed, my emails are listed, and we all do our best to get back with real information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V as in Victory, E-2. I'm a mountain biker. In the spring, summer, and fall, I'm on the trails with my expensive mountain bikes. But I know when there's a crunch, is this really the main function of government? To do bike trails and park equipment, and is that or are we drifting away? I'd be the first one to say, yeah, let's pave the mountain trails, all of them. I'd be the first one to say it. But then I get my property tax bill, and I say, why did I say that? And but now, our bridges, if you looked on the news, a lot of our bridges on our trails are falling apart. I think we had one collapse last summer. Isn't there any way you can inspect these bridges? You know, I don't want to see life being tossed aside, but at the same time, isn't there a happy medium where we can cut this in half or maybe more than half? And because once again, that's a lot of money. I mean, think of an idea how you can replace this money without having to hit the property owner. You know, one way is to get rid of the property tax and have a sales tax, and that way you could increase it on the sales tax. But I think if this goes before the voters, I think it will get passed. I really do. I don't think your alcohol tax will get passed, but I think this would, this proposition. But see, people are saying, oh man, it's going to be so nice to ride those trails. And then they never use them. We need to think of better ideas, because this is way too much money. It shouldn't even be half of that. And we should look at, granted, we should look at our bridges that are on the trails. But if there's just some way to quit picking on the property owners, because they're the ones that are going to have this tax that you're going to have to increase to fix this. That's all I have to say. Any questions?
Mr. Peterson has a question for you.
Oh, good. Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just actually going to point out the fact that some of these bridges, if they were to collapse when someone happened to be on them or under them, the municipality might find ourselves in court, and we could end up spending considerably more than what we're bonding for here, and not to mention the injuries or loss of life and the pain involved.
Is there any way you can have volunteers work on it?
In there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. There are no other questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 14B, 14C, and 14E. 14D is not being closed because we had something introduced tonight that will pick that up on the 3rd of February.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is we introduced a new version tonight, and we should probably postpone that one indefinitely.
We could do that, but I'd rather just keep it out there now. It's only a few electrons floating around. Okay, we'll take action now on 14B. If somebody wants to move that one.
Second.
Ms. Gray Jackson? Okay. Mr. Holman?
Yeah, I just, wanted to kind of point out a little bit of the discussion we've been having with public testimony, and I think it's our responsibility to allow our constituents, our residents of our town, who's basically going to foot the bill, and I'm one of them, to decide, to make those decisions. I know that we've taken a position to try to not indebt ourselves as a community any more than what we're paying off, and I kind of like that approach. It's a collective decision made by them, hopefully as many voters as we can get to the polls in the April election, and perhaps that's the motivation most people should use. In this particular one, I come out to $4.35 a year. About half of that is for maintenance, ongoing maintenance. Somebody was addressing, earlier, Mr. Powers, I think, what are we hiring these people to do? What are they doing? So about half of that $4.35 would be going to maintenance, for ongoing maintenance on the parks or the trails on this one. So not an overly expensive proposition, and I support it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the administration, can you remind me how much we were, in total, we would be bonding versus how much we are retiring this year? Just so I have, I need that reminder.
Yeah, it's actually almost dead even this year, Ms. Dombrowski. We did have a couple of amendments which I did not pull out the red pen on, and it actually puts us about $290,000 over what we'll be retiring. The retiring amount is $33,395,000, and again, we're just slightly over that. So we're pretty much, in my opinion, within our policy. As you know, in our 6-year fiscal plan, which is approved by the Assembly, we have the policy that every year we're going to retire debt equal to or less than, or incur new debt equal to or less than what we're retiring. So we're really close this year, but slightly above.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hall, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't want to eat up a great deal of time here, but I think it's important that some of the individuals understand how this process works. Each and every one of these projects come up to us through the community councils. Some of these projects have been on this list for 20 years and finally making it up to the surface where they're finally getting onto a bond for funding. So these aren't projects that we elected officials just kind of look around and decide, here, we'll put these on the ballot this year. These are things that a lot of work has gone into from the citizens of this community requesting that these projects happen. So there's a tremendous amount of involvement by the community in developing this. And when we get down to the final days of deciding what's going to be on the bonds, it becomes even more fierce because each one's fighting, hopefully, to get their projects into the process. So just a bit of an idea for you to understand. This is coming from the community requesting these projects, and this is the only way that we can fund for those.
Mr. Evans, sir.
Yeah, I was going to be good and not say anything, but I have to respond to sort of what Mr. Honeman said. I'm going to support these. I think it's important for the people of this town to be able to vote on how they want to fund these improvements or not. And I think that's just fundamentally important. So I'm going to put them on a ballot and hope the people will decide correctly. I don't necessarily support all of them personally. But one of the things that drives me nuts is when we keep saying on these things, well, it's only $3 and this is only, $2 and this is, yeah, that's true, and it sounds very small, but, there are a million layers of those $2 and $3 that we keep levying on folks, and I hope they realize it, and it's just a pet peeve of mine when politicians use it's only $2 here for this one and not look into the full amount. So even though I am supporting these on the ballot, I don't approve of that argument.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Seeing no other comments, please vote. This is on 2015-2. Tim? That item was approved 10-1. Next item in front of us is going to be Ordinance 2015-3. Ms. Gray Jackson, I need a motion on that one. We'll need a second on
Second.
Moved by Ms. Gray Jackson, seconded by Mr. Evans. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, these comments need to be listened to carefully because I certainly support public safety. So because I have questions about buying fire equipment and fire trucks doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not, that's a core value I have with that, in line with education and roads and all the other priority items. What I'm wanting to emphasize on, and I'll stop speaking on the items later on, is one of the goals I had coming into office was to illustrate clearly some of our fiscal positions. And when I sat on the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee for those many years, I tried to be as clear as I could in terms of providing documentation, quarterly reports, monthly reports in a lot of cases, which come to this body and hopefully become that. The public needs to engage their policymakers and tell us what's important to you. We're talking about park access now is coming up on a big topic that talks about increased access to the Chugach State Park. Somebody's going to have to pay for that. So you need to engage at all levels as you can. I think it's cognizant to mention my goal early on was to address clearly the debt that this community is in. We are in a debt to the tune of $1.2 billion or more now, I believe. So it is a fine goal, I think, to retire and adopt more debt in an even keel because you don't burden yourself more. But the end goal is one of these days, folks, we're going to have to pay our mortgage off because it's going up. If the cost of money should change, guess what? We're well over $40 million a year just in debt service payments alone. That would buy a lot of other things if we didn't pay it to the lending institutions. That's sort of a speech, but then we also have to be practical. This one in particular, I'll vote yes for it. It goes in front of the voters, but think about it, $1.8 million financed over 20 years to buy a fire truck that'll last 15. The model is broken in terms of that. You wouldn't buy a house that you took out mortgage for 50 years and only could live in it for 20. We've got to be cognizant with what we're spending our money on, how we're spending it. At the same juncture, I want to put a kudos out to the folks that work on our equipment and the maintenance folks that work for this city. I'm proud to see those vehicles go down the highway. Certainly I am. But again, we have to be smart on how we spend those monies. Perhaps we don't take out 20-year notes as much anymore. We expedite the payments, reduce the interest, all of that science that goes into borrowed money. We'll get smarter. I always like to use that word, trust. Trust us. It's not an embarrassing statement for me to say that. You got to trust me to look at it. If you have questions or concerns, call me. I'll give you my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Do you have other questions or comments, Mr. Oh, sorry. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just a comment on things like fire trucks. We do sell the bonds based on the life expectancy of the equipment. So we're not selling 20-year bonds for a 10-year life expectancy.
Mr. Dombowski.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just can't let this one go because, you know, I'm OCD, but I do want to put on the record, I've already been excused. My husband's a firefighter. I've already made the disclosure. But in addition, I just wanted to, Dustin, I just wanted to let you know that though these were maybe didn't show up on this agenda till Thursday, they were introduced 2 weeks ago. So before anything can come before public hearing, it's introduced on the agenda, and then 2 weeks later it'll be up. So you would be able to find them. So if you ever run into that again, you just go to the previous meeting's agenda and you'll find all of them there. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from Assembly members before we vote? Seeing none, please vote. That was approved, 11-0. Ms. Gray Jackson, I'll need a motion on item 14E, ma'am. That's 2015-5.
Second.
E. I continued D over till the next meeting on February 3rd. The clerk says we need a motion on.
Right. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like for 14D, I move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 3rd.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that will happen. It'll be in next week's agenda. Now, you made a motion on 14E, 2015-5, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Let me do it again, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Move to approve item 14E. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Move to second. Comments from Assembly members. Discussion on it. That was moved by Ms. Gray Jackson, second by Mr. Holman. Discussion from Assembly members?
Good point. Good point.
Please vote.
Very good point.
That item was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is going to be 14F, Ordinance 2015-6, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Girdwood Valley Service Area, GVSA, at the regular election on April 7th, 2015, a ballot proposition to add the existing power, the power to operate and maintain a municipal cemetery at the sole expense of the GVSA, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code AMC sections 27.20.110 and 27.30.020 upon voter approval of the ballot propositions. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record.
I should spend more time looking at all this before I get up here and speak. I mean, I understand that. In fact, I spent about 20 years working, thinking that my family was more important, that I wouldn't even take a night off to come down here or spend a lot of time researching what was going on. I just thought that our folks were going to do the right thing. But what I found out was they spent money like a bunch of drunken sailors, man. And that really I should have been paying attention. That doesn't have anything to do with this, but does this cemetery land have a tax base? Are we taxing this? Or is this just a free gratis thing?
Mr. Chair, would you like me to answer this question?
You don't have to if you don't want to. It's a chance for the public to testify.
Right.
It's your choice, Ms. Johnson.
This is to be put on the ballot for the Girdwood residents to vote themselves if they want to tax themselves to put a cemetery in Girdwood.
Very good. I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
My name is Tommy O'Malley, O''Malley, and I am the chairperson of the Girdwood Cemetery Committee. And I want to thank you for considering this and helping me through the process and helping our community to be able to come to the decision to support a cemetery. It's a very popular idea in Girdwood, and I feel like it's a sign of a community that people want to stay there forever. When I was growing up, people would be sent home to be buried, that is outside somewhere, and I think it's a really healthy thing that people now want to be, that could see that Alaska is their home forever. So appreciate you guys' vote, and thanks for helping move the process along one more step.
Thank you, sir. Questions from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any. You headed back there tonight, sir? Okay, we'll try and get this done right away because it's a long road home. Anybody else wish to testify on this item?
Well, here I am again, Ed Larrivee, Larriv's Victory, EE-2. What I'd like to know is, how much is this going to cost the taxpayers? You know, to excuse the pun, are we burying ourselves again? A municipality cemetery? I mean, if it needs maintaining, isn't there a cheaper way of doing this? I'd like to know the cost, because I don't see a cost up there. You know, just don't pass it on to the property owners. Figure out a way of making the money. But don't do it to the property owners again. Thank you all. Any questions?
Questions, sir?
Mr. Larrivee, lines 20 through 22.
The GVSA mill rate will not be changed by this proposition, currently set in Anchorage Municipal Code Section 27.30.020 at a maximum attainable rate of 6 mills. In other words, this is being paid for with existing funds paid by Girdwood property owners.
Thank you. Yay.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing you say no one, public testimony is closed. Ms. Johnson, what's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members? Please vote. Item is approved. Now it's on to the Girdwood voters.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to take up to change the order of the day to take up item 14H and then 14G in that order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Announced that earlier at the meeting. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Ask unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir?
I'd prefer to take up items 14I through 14M before we take up either G or H.
Second, and that'll relieve some staff. They can go home,
fine, sir.
come back to work tomorrow.
14I through 14M.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That'll be fine, Mr. Flynn. Let's do that, and then we'll come back to yours, Ms. Gray Jackson. What? Yes, that's unanimous consent, ma'am. Thank you. It makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. 14I, Ordinance AO 2015-8, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Drinking Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $14,850,000 for the purpose of financing a portion of the AWWU capital improvement water projects, providing for related matters. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Please come forward. State your name according to the record.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. So, here's what we got going on. We're pumping poison into our public drinking supply, and it's completely unacceptable. I pay taxes to live in this city, and I don't know what you people are thinking, putting poison into the water. You know, it's like, hey, AWWU, we got to do what we got to do. We got the language, but fluoride is a byproduct of the mining industry. It has everything to do with this bill because it has to do with the AWWU, has to do with water, okay? Nobody is going to recognize the atrocity of what they are putting into their bodies unless people start speaking on it, which is why I'm thankful for this local government that we have. But for us to sit here and not acknowledge that our tax-paying citizens are putting money towards putting poison in their water that Nazi Germany put in their prisoners' drinking supply because they didn't have enough guards to hold them all in and made them weak. I mean, why would we, with our public school system and with all the knowledge we have, not sit here and do something about this and stop pumping this poison into our, I don't know how I convey this to you, but it's just, I mean, all over the world, people are starting to wake up to it. You see all over, people say, hey, let's not put this junk in our water anymore, it's poison. But there again, you got to participate because you're the government. You basically work for yourself. So if you don't get involved, nothing is going to change. So you got to get down here and you got to start saying the truth and you got to keep on hammering at it because you got a lot of money and you got a lot of special interests like dentist and big pharmaceutical and the mining industry and all this junk. And until you start hammering away with truth and educating people, you're going to continue to have the same results, which is fluoridated drinking water that most of it you don't even drink. Most of it's fluoride you're putting into your lawns and you're putting it in your bathtub. And it's a waste, it's poison, and It causes fluoridosis. You see these kids with all this buildup of fluoride on their teeth. Okay, check this out. Fluoride, I have one more, 10 seconds.
Sure. Thank you.
Fluoride, topographically to the tooth, can help in tooth decay. That's true. But when you brush your teeth with your fluoridated toothpaste, you spit it out.
Thank you.
You know, I've written letters to all y'all,
We know, we've heard them before, sir.
Star and everyone else. I've written y'all letters.
Thank you, sir.
And so fluoride's bad. Get out of the water.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name's Ed Larrivee still, Larrivee-2. I hope we're not paying for this poison out of our taxes, because I don't want to be paying for this. And, you know, the way my body's built, I developed an immunity, but I just don't want to pay for these poisons. Like salt. I've heard we've been putting salt in the water, fluoride, like he said. I mean, you know, can we do without it? Can't we cut the budget there? You all don't understand what the crunch is. You will. We've got to look at this stuff and see how much it's costing us, and if there's a better way. And if we don't, us taxpayers are going to suffer. That's going to be the poison. Does anybody have any questions?
There don't appear to be. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing say no on public testimony on this item is close to what's the wish of the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. In discussion.
Just
Mr.
briefly,
Starr, sir.
these two items are easy for me to approve for a couple reasons. The AWU utility in particular, I'll put a shout out to that group. They always have the answer. They always seem prepared. They always just seem to be working. We sometimes have in the trades, you know, there's 3 guys leaning on a shovel and 1 guy digging. I don't believe that to be the case with AWU. I'm pretty happy with that. I stay out of their business on purpose. You don't see me because I feel like it's running pretty well. This is cheap money as well. It's a partnership with the state to set aside what priorities are. This helps us grow communities, whether it be in Tugiak Eagle River, extending water mains and sewer mains, providing good health. I was sitting last night watching TV and the power went out at my house for over 2 hours. I'm happy that it came back on in 2 hours. In the comparison between our public utilities, we need to step forward, maintain them, build them, and have that community that's the case. You certainly don't want the bubbling stuff. You don't want the water mains to break. We need to attract good tourists to come to this area because we have those healthy systems. So it's preaching certainly, but it's also defense that we do our homework and we're investing in that, as well as supported well by the AWWU structure that spends it well. So enough of that. I just urge approval and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any other assembly comments? Not seeing any, please vote. That is approved unanimously. Next item in front of us. Public hearing is now open. Ordinance 2015-9, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Clean Water Fund aggregate amount not to exceed $17,570,750,000 for the purpose of financing a portion of a 10-year AWWU capital improvement wastewater projects, providing for related matters. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name.
Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. I follow up on Bill Starr. He said it right. These guys do a pretty good job. We have really good water. I don't know about the fluoride deal. I'm not really versed on that, but I know the water and sewer of my house works real good. And, you know, if your toilet don't flush, you call that plumber, any amount of money's all right. Just get it flushing. As soon as it flushes, you go, how much is that? That's how it rolls. I say we spend the money and keep our toilets flush in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy Ray. Anybody else wish to testify on this matter, please come forward. Anyone at all?
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. For some reason, I have when something's just completely not right, and when it's just completely just bogusly wrong, I just can't really let that go. And I don't think I'm supposed to. Okay. You're going to hear people say, well, fluoride's a natural occurring mineral. And they're going to say this is the stuff that you counter with the truth. It's like this. It actually.
Sir, I got to interrupt you. You're not testing the right thing. This is wastewater.
It says clean. I saw a word that said clean water fund.
That's the fund that gives us some money, but this is going for wastewater. It's when you're done doing your business. Those are the people that take care of it.
Well, yeah, this ties right into that because you're flushing. Check us out. You're touching a very good. You're right on point. This is so on topic right now, Mr. Trainee, because your toilet, right, doesn't have anything to do with your teeth, right? What kind of water you think is inside your toilet?
I know what kinds.
What's flushing all that stuff away? Fluoridated water, which is what? Would that be? Okay, you got the toothpaste. It's a look. Just give me. Here. Look, you got a little bit of toothpaste on your tooth, and then you brush it and you spit it out. Why would you put all that fluoride in your toilet to flush? Why would you put poison in your toilet to flush away all your waste? I mean, why would you water your lawn and then pump it into everything? This fluoride is going to every bit of potable water in the city, and it's not clean when it's going in or when it's going out. And so check this out. Fluoride, at its raw state, if it was just dumped, right? If it was dumped into the ocean, that'd be a crime. So they found ways to introduce it into people's bodies, which should be a crime, because that's crazy. What do you think about fluoride? Just wondering. Have you thought about it, or?
Sir, I'll talk to you after this meeting's over with. Please finish.
Can I ask you guys, just straight up, this is weird, huh? Like I'm being a real person here. Does anyone have any thoughts on fluoride?
The Assembly passed a resolution affirming the utilization of fluoride in the AWU system 2 years ago.
And we also did the thing in '93. We approved it in '93 also.
So you're confirming that?
We studied the science and we answered the question.
So did you dig into the science that you made your findings on?
Is there anything else you want to say, sir?
Yes.
You got 10 seconds if you want to finish your testimony. I'm sorry we interrupted you.
Evans, you seem like a very logical individual who knows about not becoming a nanny state, etc. And I wonder, what do you think about fluorides? Do you drink fluoride?
Sir, we'll have this discussion after the meeting. We're not going to do it here.
Was that 10 seconds?
We're done, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, public testimony is not for debate.
I know that, Elby.
And I think Mr. Darden is done.
Thank you for your
Thank
time,
you, Mr.
sir.
Chairman.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. I think you already talked to us on this issue, didn't you? What, on this one? Welcome to the meeting, sir. Spell your last name again.
Okay, my name's Ed Larrivee. Larriv is Victory EE. Boy, 17, almost $18 million going down the drain. Well, if it's working so good now, why do we have to improve it? If it's not broken, why do we have to fix it? That's a lot of money again. This is wasteful spending, maybe. Well, anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify on the issue, please come forward. Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
In discussion from assembly members. Please vote. That item was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14K. This is Resolution Error 2015-6, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $5 million to the Municipal Light and Power 2014 Operating Fund 530 for increased natural gas cost, bond interest expense, and transport power wheeling expense. Public testimony is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name if you would, please. Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, my only preach on this conversation is one that I argued with Mr. Posey on several times, is we may need to start to see the market rates paid for the short market gas purchases. There's always been a reason, competitive or otherwise, but it will actually help our case to show the folks that we're running out of natural gas if we can show how much is required to go out to the market on cold days. We've got the capture facility in Kenai supposed to have leveled the cost, and yet we still have a significant amount of short-term gas costs that are oftentimes restricted from this body due to the competitive nature on the spot market purchase price, which I'm certain is through the roof. So again, through maybe a direct request of the administration, we have to go into executive session if there's a way to show us the trend, whatever. I just don't like spot market purchases to be secret. I perhaps know the reason why, but I would like to know the information.
I'll see if I can arrange one, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just looking at this, and it says that the utility received revenues from the sales that offset the increased costs. So I'm wondering why we're asking for $5 million.
Administration, can you answer that question for us?
I think Mr. Miller is here.
Yep,
but
Mr.
I can
Miller.
help if he's
Welcome,
not able to answer.
sir.
Good evening. I'm Rick Miller from MLMP, and we made more cells for resell, $2.9 million of additional revenue, but we had to buy more gas to make those cells. So that's part of the increase in our appropriations. We also issued bonds in 2014 earlier than we had planned, and that increased the interest expense. And then the wheeling, basically what we charge to transmit power from Bradley, our power from Bradley Lake went up too. We pulled more power out of the Bradley Lake hydro project this year.
All right. Thank you.
Peterson? Thank you, sir. Any other questions from assembly members? Doesn't appear to be any. Please vote. Let's see. Let's get there. We go. Bill. Mr. Flynn? We'll vote. Bill? Tim? That was approved. The vote was 10-1. Next item in front of us is item 14L. That's Resolution AR 2015-14, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $192,877 of Anchorage Center for the Performing Arts, Surcharge Revenue Bond Fund 301, fund balance to the ACPA Surcharge Revenue Bond Fund 301, Municipal Manager Department in the amounts of $157,877 to be contributed to the area-wide General Fund 101 for the repayment of outstanding loan and $35,000 for the payment of costs of issuance within the ACPA Surcharge Revenue Bond Fund 301 for the 2014 revenue refunding bonds for the Performing Arts Center roof. Public testimony is now open. Anybody wishing to testify on this matter, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Any questions from assembly members? To the administration, I've got one for you, since there don't appear to be any. The bond surcharge we get, when is that bond finally paid off? I was asked by somebody. Seems like we paid that surcharge forever and a day. When is that roof surcharge going to be done?
Mr. Trainee, the bonds go for another 20 years. They're originally a 30-year bond, and we refunded them in 2014, and then there's 20 years left on those bonds. So that's
20 years left on the bonds?
Yes, sir, and the surcharge is pledged to make debt service on the bonds.
Well, we'll tell my constituent, because they said, I've been paying it for years. I just want to know when it's going to be done with. I can tell them it's going to be a lot longer then.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman, sir.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Roswald. So I guess I'm a little confused. Maybe I was distanced at that time, but you're saying that we were nearing we were 10 years into a 20-year bond and we rebonded, or was it a 30-year bond?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honeman, it was a 30-year bond originally back in 2004, and at 10 years into that 30-year bond, we had the opportunity to refund them, and we took that opportunity, made quite a good savings, and the bonds still remain out there for 20 years now, and they will mature in 20 years from now.
Okay, so we basically took a swap. It was 10 years into a 30-year, and we just made a new refund into a 20-year, a continuing 20-year. Okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. There don't appear to be any other questions, so please vote. That was approved unanimously by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14M, Resolution AR 2015-16, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating an amount not to exceed $128,162 to the area-wide general and various service areas, capital improvement program, CIP funds, from premiums on the sale of the 2014 General Obligation Bond Series A for the payment of bond issuance costs in an amount not to exceed $125,923, and for contribution in an amount not to exceed $2,239 from the same area-wide general and various CIP funds to their respective area-wide general and various operating funds for future debt service payments. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, in public testimony is closed.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Honeman, second by Ms. Gray Jackson. Comments from assembly members? Please vote. The item is approved unanimously.
Mr. Chairman,
Ma'am.
we have 14H and 14I, but I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up, 14G and 14H. I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up 14H before 14G. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second? There's a second. Repeat the motion for the Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to change the order of the day to take up item 14H. You're welcome.
Ask unanimous consent. Not seeing any objection. What we're going to do is first go to this particular item. I'll read it to you. It's going to be 14H, Ordinance AO 2015-7, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 8.35, with a new section to prohibit the consumption of marijuana in a public place and amending the minor offense fine schedule at AMC Section 8.05.025A. This item is now open for public hearing. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name.
Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. America land of the free, free country, free, free, free. But we're going to tell you every move that you can or can't make. Understand, I don't smoke pot. It don't bother me. But if somebody wants to smoke it, I got no problem with it. We got over half of our prison population. By the way, America has more people incarcerated than any country in the world by a huge amount. Russia is a distant second. And over half of the folks in prison are in there for nonviolent crimes, like smoking pot. I don't care if you smoke pot. The Indians were smoking it before we got here, or whatever they smoked. So unless there's a property crime or a violent crime or a crime somehow against somebody, as long as you don't hurt me or take my stuff, I don't care if you smoke pot. Let's kind of free up America a little bit here. Let's get away from this kind of stuff. We got way too many rules here. That's really brief, but that's how I feel. Again, I don't smoke pot, but I respect somebody else's right to smoke pot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. I don't see any questions. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Schulte, S-C-H-U-L-T-E, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis Legislation. Thanks for your time. Let me just say, first of all, it seems like whenever I'm standing here, I'm always griping about something I don't like. So let me just preface by saying, I think this ordinance fundamentally makes sense. I get the fact that with this new state law going into effect in February, APD needs some guidance. No issue with that. I just have one comment that I wanted to address, or one aspect of this ordinance. I understand that this ordinance banning public consumption of marijuana was basically copied from the corresponding ordinance for public consumption of alcohol, which makes perfect sense. What's missing, though, is an exception from the alcohol law that was omitted from the marijuana one, and I think that it's important because the exception basically states that first of all, it has a very broad definition of what is public space versus private space. And then the exception in the alcohol ordinance that allows these activities in the case of a business that is being operated under a state or local license or permit, that exception is omitted in the marijuana one. We think that this is significant because, if I'm not mistaken, that is what allows certain bar and restaurant owners to serve alcohol in specified areas that they otherwise might not. It allows events such as the Beer and Barley Wine Festival to take place under a specified permit. We believe that being overly restrictive in this regard could have the effect of, for example, of designating an outdoor smoking deck or a patio as off limits for marijuana consumption, even if the owner of the business is okay with it. We believe that that's an encroachment on their rights as a business owner. They should be able to allow or disallow that activity on their property. I'm kind of going around the tree here. I'll try and be a little bit more succinct. Finally, there are events like special events, expos and conventions that might come to Anchorage if they can find facilities that are amenable. If, for example, they can allow people to consume marijuana using vaporizers and so forth, that could bring a lot of money into the economy. If this ordinance passes, I suspect those groups are going to organize their events elsewhere. So by way of suggestion, if I may respectfully suggest through the chair, I would propose that the exception, and it's actually in the alcohol section, it is 835-400 paragraph C. I would suggest that exception be applied to the marijuana ordinance, or that this ordinance have a sunset provision so that it expires roughly the time that the statewide rules become effective on marijuana. We're hoping that there will be a better, broader definition of public versus private space in those rules. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, sir. We have some questions for you, if you
Yes.
don't mind.
No, absolutely
Mr.
not.
Hall, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schulte had inquired of me about this, but I'm going to ask Mr. Wheeler to address that since he's much more qualified than I am. Mr. Wheeler?
Can we wait to get to that in debate?
It's actually minutes are not recorded. We'll put that up publicly.
I mean, I think Mr. Schulte raises a good point, but I think we should get to the discussion with Mr. Wheeler under debate and let.
You want it under debate, not now?
Yes.
Okay. We can do that.
I'll be fine with that.
Mr. Hall, we'll ask that question, Mr. Wheeler, when we get to there. Let's see. We've also got Mr. Flynn.
Thank you. And Mr. Schulte, do you have, I don't have the ordinance that you referenced in front of me at the moment. Do you happen to have that language with you?
The marijuana one? The proposed marijuana one?
No, the
The alcohol one.
400C.
I do not have the text of it. My computer died. I do have the paragraph number, but I don't have the actual text of it. Basically, what it says is that the preceding provisions do not apply where the business is operated under a state or local permit or license.
Okay, and we've had correspondence on this, so we'll get to that discussion in a minute here.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Anybody else have any questions for this gentleman? Thank you, sir, for
All
your
right.
testimony.
Thanks for your time.
Being here. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name's Miley Scattini.
Hold the microphone down.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My last name is spelled Schettini. I took criminology last semester, and we had a man come in that had gone through addiction, and he said that his hardest addiction was marijuana. And we asked him how he felt about other people being able to smoke in public places. And he said that it honestly would make the possibility of him relapsing. So the fact that we're actually talking about it is nice, because I honestly don't think that people who don't smoke should have to deal with the smoke of other people who do in public places.
Thank you. Appreciate it. There are no questions. Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward.
Once again, my name's Ed Larrivee, Larriv, Victory EE-2. What I need to know is, what is a public place? Is that a park? Is it somebody's porch or balcony? Is it, what is a public place? Personally, I think that you should be able to consume it at bars in a given area outside where you can drink and smoke cigarettes or tobacco. The reason why is this is going to increase tourism, just like it does in Amsterdam. In other words, it's a moneymaker. And this is an opportunity. See, you all spend so much money. I have to now think of ideas to suggest to you, and this is maybe an idea. Maybe allow this in given areas to draw tourists, and then tax them. But don't tax property owner, tax them. And this is one way of doing it. But again, what is a public place? I think you should be able, if you own property, you're sitting on your porch or balcony, if it's not going to hurt anybody else, why not? They should be able to do it. Just like they can drink beer. Just like they can smoke a cigar. Do you really want the cops coming on your private property up to you on your porch and telling you, even though you're not hurting anybody, maybe yourself, maybe, who knows? There's a lot of medical benefits from it. But do you really want the Nazi-like system to come into your private property on your porch or balcony and say, hey, you know, we're going to write you a ticket. You know, you broke the law. I don't want a city like that. I'm sure you all don't either when you think about it. Because if it's not hurting anybody else, and does it really involve anybody else? That's what I have to say.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hi, my name's Phil Isley, I-S-L-E-Y, and I'm not too vested in this, but I do have some concerns. I don't know if any of you have been downtown lately, but you can walk outside just about any bar in the smoking area and somebody's lit up marijuana. And I think this is kind of a pretty vague law right now. And considering you don't have any guidance from the state yet, it seems like it's a little premature and not thought out very well. And I just kind of wonder if you're actually this vested in the law, or if you're just going to use it as another method of tax collection where you can find somebody that's standing outside with a marijuana cigarette and fine him $100 for the coffers. And I really think you should put some more thought into it and maybe get some guidance from the state before you start making a lot of laws, unless, of course, you just want to make that extra $100 here and there.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Nan Hooper, H-O-O-P-E-R. Concerning this issue, I do believe it is a choice issue, and the people have voted to, accept marijuana into our community. I do believe this is premature. I don't think it's enforceable. If you're envisioning pot parties in the park, yeah, the police do need to address that, but with their own discretion, they're very good at determining, who needs to be looked at, and I think that should be up to them. I don't think we need another law in place to, fine people. Plus, it's going to be so hard to enforce. They're not going to be standing around with a marijuana cigarette. The same vapors that they use for cigarettes, they use for marijuana oil. How can you tell? And again, if we're talking about smoke in a public place, the cigarettes are a big problem. They're everywhere. You can't even walk into the library here without getting blasted as you come around this corner. So I got a problem with breathing. It affects me, and I have to cover my face, and, I just don't think that this is the answer, though. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Angeline. I'm 18 years old. And my thoughts about marijuana, well, a little bit about me. I used to smoke it to help with my eating disorder. I lived in a horrible home. No one helped me but my father. And the thing about marijuana in a public place, I think it's setting a bad example to young people in a way. I mean, at school, people are smoking. Okay, they're smoking weed. They're, everybody knows it. But no one does anything, because why? Well, with the thought of people have been saying about cigarettes, well, people are going to smoke cigarettes no matter what. But we should, and I want to know, what is the revenue? If we were to have this weed thing going on, where would the money go to? I mean, alcohol is everywhere. I go down with my father to the Performing Arts Center with his girlfriend, and as soon as I walk outside, there's alcohol, there's cigarettes. I'm exposed to everything. So it's, in a way, yes, everyone has the right on their property to do whatever they want to do. But there should be some guidelines. There should be some structure in this. There should be some boundaries. I mean, if everyone wants to smoke weed, fine, whatever. But there got to be something, to, make sure young people don't think that's okay. or that's the right thing to do. I was exposed to cigarettes. My mom used to smoke a lot, drank a lot, did everything. Did she get arrested? No, she should. But, you know, it's exposed to young kids, and she did daycare, child care, take care of kids, and I had to push that stuff away. There has to be some responsibility in this whole thing. Cigarettes, alcohol, weed, whatever. There should always be some guidelines.
Ma'am, could we just spell your last name?
Whitney, W-H-I-T-N-E-Y.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Mr. Honeman, he's down there.
Hello.
Did you say it was Angela?
Angeline.
Angeline. You did very well, and I appreciate you not singling out one substance over another. I think being responsible and having ability to do things on your own property is very well stated. But you did very well, and I congratulate you on you getting and doing very well in a public testimony forum. It's not easy.
I had practice,
You did
but
good.
thank you.
Thank you for testifying. We appreciate it. If there are no other questions.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak today. And I am representing ACA, Alaska Cannabis Association. And so I have a few points to touch
Put the
on.
microphone closer to your mouth. We're getting old.
Yeah, we're all getting old. All right, is this good?
Better. Thank you.
Okay, so I strongly believe that we need a safe place for citizens, tourists, and visitors to consume cannabis in the municipality. And if you ban all bars and clubs, this will create an unsafe environment for these people to use it. Thus, we will be forced to use it in rental cars, streets, and hotels, which are legal to smoke in. And then you'll actually be helping people create an illegal act. We voted to control and regulate it like alcohol, so that means we want a safe place to consume it, just like people who use it in bars. Okay, so I agree that it should be banned in all public places like sidewalks and grocery stores, movie theaters, and so forth. However, not in bars or private clubs dedicated to safely consuming cannabis. Also, by not allowing places in the community to safely consume, you are also allowing more usage in home and in public places that could give larger exposure to the ones that we're trying to protect, i.e. children. Also remember, Assembly members, that we want to make as much tax revenue off of this as possible, so why would you not allow a safe place to consume it? You would actually be restricting the revenue and tax revenue made off it by excluding individuals that are not consuming it in private residence. I would not want to buy it or smoke it myself if I were a tourist and there was no safe place to consume it. You're basically saying that it's legal here, but that you can't use it. A good example for you to follow is the Amsterdam coffee shops, and I encourage you to take a look into the culture and the model, as it seems to be working well in the society and in the industry. And to take a breath.
Yes, I need to spell your last name.
Oh,
I didn't get that earlier.
Henning, Henning.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so finally, I'm confused why the city council meeting is even taking place regarding this issue, as there was a committee formed in order to address the interest of the municipality issue, and it feels again like the assembly is trying to cut out the process that agreed information presented to the community. Then it appears to be a biased committee that would benefit from the perspective of an unbiased member or an individual versus heavily sided against the perspective. Thank you for your time.
Question from Assembly member. It doesn't appear to be. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Take care. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hi, thank you. My name is Conrad Daly, D-A-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
I'm with the Alaska Cannabis Growers Association. Thank you for taking testimony today. I drafted something so I'd stay on focus. So before we move forward, proposing and passing ordinances regulating cannabis, we must keep in mind what the people have voted for. In November, the voters approved the proposed ballot measure to end the war on this benign aromatic herb. Let's try to understand why. The majority of voters voted for this because they wanted to end the problems that prohibition has created. Perhaps the most important problem voters wanted to end is a law creating innocent criminals. Now let's define the innocent criminal. The innocent criminal is an unintended criminal, an individual that is trying to stay within the legal framework of the law. The law provides contradictions that make criminals out of innocent people. When moving forward with regulation, conscious decisions must be in accordance with the population's preferences on the reason this was passed to begin with, the purpose of harm reduction. The proposed ordinance to ban all public consumption of cannabis will do just that. It will create or sustain the definition of the innocent criminal. It is up to the state, boroughs, and municipalities for writing responsible regulation that works and holds at heart what the people have voted for, harm reduction and elimination of the innocent criminal. There must be an end to these contradictions within the law that lock people in cages and drain pockets for something that is not causing any harm to any other individual. The proposed Another consideration, as was just mentioned in the prior testimony, is the tourism industry in Alaska, a very big and important industry. Alaska is on the forefront of this movement ending the prohibition of the plant. There will be many tourists that flock to our state to partake in this present societal novelty. They will be visiting a state that has said we allow for the legal purchase of this herb. We have created a legal means of buying this flower. Yet, unless we are careful in writing the legislations, I will have to ask, what are the tourists do now? They will want to consume this flower that they have legally purchased. Yet, as a tourist, they cannot consume it in their hotel room, in a car, or in a public place. So what are they to do? It seems this contradiction will continue to perpetuate the innocent criminals. It is up to the state, boroughs, and municipalities to fix these contradictions and write respectable laws that are in line with what constituents want. The people have spoken, and we want to stop locking people in cages and making criminals of innocent people. I ask, don't perpetuate these problems and create more for the future. Allow people the right to stay within the framework of a fair law, write conscious legislation without contradiction.
Thank you, sir. Question from assembly members. Very well done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Nan Hooper, Hooper. I just want to address this. It says
Have
public.
you already testified once?
Can I say one thing, please? Thank you.
Sorry. Welcome to the meeting.
My name is Juliana Smith. Its last name is Smith. I want to say thank you. It's a great opportunity to be here. I'm a little nervous because I'm not used to being in front of people. It sounds like everybody is still looking at the marijuana as a problem. And so I'm here to say no more. It's going to be a solution. I think we need to educate the school district like we do with alcohol, cigarettes. I think the business owners, if they don't want smoking and it says public, they can put signs up and say no marijuana. I think the responsibility should go back to the voters and the people.
Take a deep breath. It's fine.
Sorry.
It really is.
Yeah. Thank you. I think the responsibility should go back to the voters, the ones that actually came out to vote for this. I don't think it should remain a problem. So I think educating the public, working with business owners that decide that they want to get that not in their public, even the employers that don't want designated smoking areas, they can say, hey, maybe we'll have areas too. Also, intellectually speaking, we also have drivers, they have laws to pertain to the consumption of under the influence of alcohol. Well, I think we should have the same type of rules that apply to that too. Basically, I'm just here to say that we shouldn't continue trying to keep it as a problem, but try to put it back to the public and have the public work with us to be responsible for this drug now that it's out there. That's all I have to say.
I have a question for you, though, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Holman?
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Juliana,
You did very well.
thank you.
I know you're nervous. And just for pretty much everybody's edification, it's just, there's certain things that just going to take a moment here to remind people. This would, if passed, this would be an infraction, not a crime per se, like wouldn't be a jailable offense. Secondly, it is consistent with no drinking alcohol in public and not someone under age 19 buying or consuming or holding tobacco or more than 50 feet. Those aren't laws that are made by the businesses. Those are laws that were basically established by people that were on the body before people like us were here. So these are all laws that the public in general have asked. Let's like the one young lady testified, let's have some responsibility, some boundaries. That's all it is. It's just a little boundaries of, hey, maybe the law's clear that we're going to have marijuana in our community, but the law's equally clear, not here, not there. And that's just boundaries. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, where the law is not here and there, that's where the parents and the teachers and the public and everybody comes in and steps in.
But it's very clear right now. You cannot drink in public alcohol, and you cannot smoke tobacco or possess it after age 19, or until after age 19, and you can't do it in bars or public places anymore. And it's all laws passed by the Assembly, supported by the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. There's people here, you need to testify.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. When anybody wants to feel a certain way, not the way they feel, like to mask it with something they put in their body. When you're deliberately putting something in your body to make you feel not what you have in you, you're missing something. Because every feeling that you get when you put something into you, whether it be anything, you can get that feeling with everything you have. I'm saying the best feeling in the world you can get, like your best joint that you roll, you can get something better than that. And not even saying, well, are you serious? Like, are you talking about my weed, man? No, I'm saying that you can feel better than that joint. You can feel better than that bong rip. And I didn't know this for a long time. I'd try and get a bong rip, or I'd try and get the joint. And somehow, by the grace of God, I got caught. Anytime I do something wrong, I get caught. So the boys in blue caught me by Goose Lake, getting high as a kite off some weed, right? And then every time I'm over here behind the skateboard park, smoking some weed, boom, busted there. Just busted everywhere. Anything I do, I get busted. But somehow, I found God. I found Jesus Christ. And I said, yeah, that's the stuff I want. But still, it was a struggle. I found him. I made him my Lord and my Savior, and I found him. But then I said, well, there's still something missing. There's got to be something else. So I went through many years, and then I heard about this person called the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit. And when I found him, I seen that's why these people said, what are these people drunk? It's only 9 o'clock in the, what are you people drunk? And then the guy was like, it's only 9 o'clock in the morning. These people aren't drunk. This is what you've heard, that your young men will prophesy, or old men will dream. But what I'm saying, Trini, is this. I know. But, the weed, it's treading on thin eggshells, because you got the seed in there, which is so healthy, beneficial. The hemp seed is so beneficial. And then it's okay. And then we'll get into it, but I'm getting out of here. The big pharma and the antidepressants that are having people like, when they try and get off of it,
Sir?
and they kill, okay, we'll get to that later.
Enough. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Got tired of walking all the way around. Miranda Walso, W-A-L-S-O. I want to say that one of the things that's very obvious in this is there's a disconnect between which sorts of decisions the voters are making. You guys are here to legislate. Whether or not you agree on whether certain initiatives like marijuana are passed or not, you all do your best job to make sure that the laws you draft are representative of ones that the entire state of Alaska can live with, work within, and that's going to benefit the population as a whole. Please don't confuse the fact that we do vote. One of the things we vote about is who we're going to have as our legislators. You are elected to do your job. Even if certain people don't like what you're doing or how you're doing it, that doesn't change the fact that they continually elect you into office. There's more than one way to hear the voice of the people. Whether they support a certain political statement, party, or initiative is one. The other is who they choose to have them represent that issue for them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Hello again.
Mr. Chair, Assembly Members, Don Smith, SMITH. Yeah, the people have spoken, but I believe your job is to make sure that the rules and the laws are put out to protect us people here. We just can't vote something in and say just go out there and do it. You know, in any society, we have to have rules in order to pursue to where everyone's safe. You know, it's not an easy job here, what you people are going to have to deal with. You know, what I've been listening to is everybody thinks, well, we voted it in, and now let's just go out here in the parks and run wild with this. Well, I'm sorry, but this society can't do that. And if you want to be, you know, the type of individuals that you want to have a community to raise your children in, I would like to think that, yes, this was voted in, but you have to be responsible with it. In order to do that, we have to set rules and boundaries on everything that operates our society today. Some we like, some we don't. But, you know, we've got to take something else into consideration. Our police department here. I have no idea how these guys are going to work on this one. So there has to be something down on law to where they can do their job. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, you can't smoke it. You say you smoke in the bars. Well, heck, we can't even smoke cigarettes in the bar, you know. Out in the parks, you know, you watch the news. I don't have any answers here. I'm not up here to try to say do this or do that. I'm just pointing out a few questions. I got more questions tonight than I came in here with. And so I don't see how any way possible, and these responsible people, as they were talking about before the election, this is not part of it. Just saying, okay, we won, let's go smoke. That's not where I'm at with this. I say let's all sit down and work this out to where, you know, it can work, because it's going to have to work. But we've got to be responsible here. We just can't, you know, it's like drinking. What are we going to say? Okay, all right, it's past legal to drink. You can go get drunk, drive your car downtown, whatever. We don't want no rules on it. Well, we have to have rules, unfortunately. That's how our society maintains balance. Anyway, good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Very well put.
Anybody else wanting to testify, please come forward. We have time. Does anybody else want to testify? I'll close the public hearing if you don't want to testify. Take a deep breath and it's fine.
No, actually, I've done this
I know it gets
before.
scary.
many years ago. My name's Penny Helgeson. My last name is spelled Helgeson. Last time I appeared before you guys, Alan Teshi was sitting on here. May he rest in peace. The marijuana issue is going to be a contested issue between everybody all the time. That obviously, and it didn't pass by that much, so a lot of people are against it, obviously. I think with all the testimony everybody's given, I want to get back to the first gentleman. I believe his name was Mr. Schulte. And he brought up a very good point in that he's not disagreeing that people should be able to not be able to consume marijuana in a public place. But there should be some mechanism by which they can consume marijuana. And we smoke cigarettes on the street. We can't do it within 20 or 50 feet of a building. We can go to a bar and have alcohol. To completely eliminate the public consumption by not having some sort of mechanism by where people can consume it in a bar or an area where that's the purpose of that, I think would be doing an extreme disservice to the public who voted to have this be legal. And I wish you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Honum has a question for you.
Okay.
And I'm sure we'll have better answers for you in a few moments after testimony is over and we discuss it further. But there's actually sections of the law that does permit wherever the law is either a permit issued or the state statute is allowed. For instance, alcohol is regulated largely by the state. You get a license, you get an establishment. Local governments can have some input. But I believe you're going to see something that would accommodate that. But currently, as it stands, you cannot step out of the bar with an alcohol container and consume it in public. Not 2 feet, not 2 inches, not 20 feet. And the same as we're saying the same thing should apply to marijuana. So it's really equal, same.
So just so I am clear of what you're saying is that this particular initiative that you're taking up or this vote that you're taking up is not going to prohibit a private business owner from being able to have marijuana consumed in their business.
We really haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
But what I am saying is it's similar to what the alcohol establishments have currently they operate under right now. So the only other thing would be if there's like a beer garden at an event. I suppose there may be a time or a place, the regulations once we see them, that the state may do the same thing under their control, similar to ABC for the alcohol. We won't know yet for a while.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for testifying. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Ma'am, you've been hanging back there all night. Come on forward. We won't bite, I promise.
There goes the shaking. My name is Anna Thorpe, Thorpe. And so I think people are getting really confused on public and like the future prospect of private clubs. I'm all for this. I don't think there should be public use. It's only a $100 fine. I can't think of anyone who's ever received a smoking fine in the first place. These bans are just going to prevent really rude people from blowing smoke in other people's faces that don't smoke or are allergic. And the banning of the cigarettes and the banning of the smoking marijuana in public is just good for kids. It's a bad influence. And the tourists usually aren't spending all of their time in Anchorage. There's still a chance to be like, promote getting stoned and going fishing or something. It doesn't have to be in town. And if we have private clubs, they'll be able to go there. So I think that's about it.
Mr. Holm has a question for you, ma'am.
Just a comment right here.
Down there.
You did wonderful.
Thanks.
I know I saw you back there. You still weren't your answer. You did good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Anyone at all? You walking down to testify, sir?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Pendry. Last name spelled P as in Papa, E-N, D as in Delta, R-E-Y. I've been working with troubled youth for 3 years. One of the things that I hate to see that happens is they pick up the cigarette butts on the ground in the disposal bins and smoke those as they are. My concern about public consumption of marijuana is that it's going to improve the accessibility of these marijuana buds, whatever is left over, to youth who are going to the disposal bins and smoking what's left over. So with that, I'd like to add that I do not consume marijuana. I'm not a supporter of marijuana, but I do support what Alaskans want. And so I can respect that. But I do think we need to consider this and what our youth have access to when we're considering public consumption. That is all.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions now.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Odena. Last name is Odena. And so, speaking on marijuana, I am for what was voted on here in the state of Alaska. I do believe that there needs to be a lot of regulations, and I can see how tricky it is. And I would strongly suggest that looking at what other states have done and what, like in the state of Colorado, and see what they, like, model what they have done, because they seem successful into it. My biggest issue with this, and I'm not sure if I'm reading this wrong or incorrectly, is the amount of work it would go into with finding people, I think, for this. Is that correct? And so the amount of resources that would go into that, which would take away, like, resources from other things, if that makes sense. And that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions from assembly members? There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for testifying. Anybody else that hasn't testified yet that wants to, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. I've got Mr. Hall first, then Mr. Flynn, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Starr. Mr. Hall, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one thing that I want to point out, we've been reminded by a number of people that the public voted and approved this, but what they need to understand is in that initiative it was very clear that there would be no consumption of marijuana in public places. What they didn't do was put a definition of public places in there. And no, we're not getting ahead of ourselves. Become February 24th, this is going to be legal to have recreational marijuana in Anchorage. The growing, sale, and processing of it is not going to be, but we do have to deal with the fact that individuals can have recreational marijuana beginning in February. And it's imperative that we get this on the books so that our police department have a definition of what a public space is. And I will respond to Mr. Schulte's question about this being different from alcohol. And I would point out that I believe what he's addressing is 8.35.300, which is line 41 on page 1, consuming marijuana in a public place. And under that, A, it is unlawful for any person to knowingly consume marijuana when the person is, 1, on, in, or upon any public area except as permitted by ordinance, regulation, statute, or permit. So it states there that if you've got a permit, a private smoking area, it is addressed there. And with that, I would ask that if Mr. Wheeler would like to expand on that, I would like to give him an opportunity to do that. Mr. Wheeler?
Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
Through the chair, Mr. Hall, you are correct. The alcohol code section that we modeled this after, and which was mentioned earlier, 8.35.400, contains a subsection C that says it shall not apply where consumption is authorized by state permit or license or authorized by municipal permit or lease. In our opinion, that's redundant of the section that you just read, which is also in the alcohol code. So we did not include it in the marijuana code because we felt it was just not good drafting. So from our perspective, we did not carry that provision because it's already adequately addressed in the subsection A1 that you just read.
Mr. Hall, anything else, sir?
I urge the body to pass this. I'll certainly be voting in favor of it. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, and we're certainly, and I'm chairing the committee, and I'm definitely letting the state take the lead on this, but there are certain things that are going to begin to happen in February. They're just going to be necessary for us to move ahead with. And this is one that was identified early on. You'll find the state is addressing this early on in their process. I don't know how soon, but we want to be sure that we've got this on our books in time for February the 24th. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if Chief Mew could come up. I got a question or two I might like to ask him. Thank you. First of all, do you have any idea how many tickets you're issuing or arrests are being made for consuming marijuana in public in Anchorage right now, or say last year?
I can't give you that. I'm sorry, Mr. Peterson, through the chair. We can't give you that figure today because we have never tracked marijuana in that way. We can tell you how many marijuana offenses have occurred by pushing a button, but we can't tell you how much of that was possession as opposed to sale, as opposed to transport, as opposed to consumption. We never broke it down that way. So that's one of our challenges will be tracking this going forward. Now, we met with the university this week. They may be coming back under a grant if we are lucky enough to get it, and they may be hand-reading thousands of reports to try and determine that kind of data for looking back. Going forward, I've given my people 1 month to have the new code tables built, the new drop-down menus, the new uploads of the e-citation program so that we can track those things going forward. But we're not there today. We've got a lot of work left to do, and today I cannot answer that question.
Well, thank you. And another issue that was brought up by one of the testifiers, and I don't know any nice way to ask this, but under the current staffing that the police department has, is this ban in public enforceable?
Is this ban enforceable? Is that what you're saying? Oh, yes, I believe so. And I'm afraid that if we don't deal with this, what's going to happen is the party's going to be on the 24th. And 6 or 8 months from now, when the state has done something, then we'll have a law and we'll try and enforce it after we've already let, the barn doors open and the horses out. And we feel that problem, trying to cure it down the road, will be much worse than if we set the standard from the beginning. The ordinance or the initiative that passed says you can't smoke in public. We don't want to educate the whole public that you can through our inaction, and then 6 months from now try and get it back again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
And I guess the other thing I should say, what makes it a little bit easier for us is this is not a criminal offense, so don't think of it that way. The process is not a criminal process. You don't have a prosecutor, you don't have a defense attorney, you don't have a jury trial. We don't have to send the stuff to the state crime lab. We don't have to bring it to court. It's just a civil cite. It's a piece of paper, optional court appearance, and we're done. So it's like what we ended up doing with the SPICE ordinance when the first couple criminal things were collapsing under the burden of the law. Then finally we had a version that was a civil cite, and it goes like that, and it's very easy for us to process those through. It's efficient.
Thank you, Chief. You want to sit in the chair for a second there? I got some people, Assembly members, we may have some more questions for you. Sure. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, not for the chief, but for the chair, for Mr. Wheeler to expound a little bit on the A1 version where it talks about regulation statute. A permit, you specifically used your definitions of the state laws, but the conditional use process for us when we talk about a site-specific location for a beverage dispensary license or a bar that we do from a land use perspective, as it would be February 24th, and if this passed, would there be any opportunity for a businessman to petition the planning department for a conditional use?
Mr. Wheeler, sir?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, no. The public place definition in this code section includes businesses. So it would be, consumption would be prohibited under this scenario. So there would be no conditional use permit process in place, not to mention the fact that we don't have anything on code yet. This is a placeholder, if you will, for a much bigger discussion about the opportunity to provide retail sales, commercial manufacture, and consumption in public places. I know that the state has a number of bills that have been introduced just this week, and some of those apparently include issues like zoning and so forth, which we have not had a chance to review and don't know what they'll look like at the back end when they're all done.
I'm certainly willing to say, yeah, this is the first round. We don't want a big party on the 24th any more than that that's out of control. But given our record on how long our bureaucracy takes to navigate, and it does appear that there's a business climate culture that wants to come and make money on it, we want to tax it. So when do we get to the discussion about what our conditional use conversation looks like?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I would say it's a conversation this body or the ad hoc committee should start now so that you can, if you want to, influence what the state is doing. If you want to have some local control over zoning and conditional use permits as it relates to marijuana, that should happen now so you can make an expression of intent to the state. I know that one of the bills I saw includes a distance limitation from churches and schools of 200 feet. But beyond that, like I said, I haven't reviewed what else they might be intending with respect to zoning.
And this legislation that we're going to potentially deal with tonight is solely the consumption aspect of it is what you're trying to relay in your verbiage that you wrote here with the consuming and the consumption. The conditional use would be more regulatory environment on sales as much as it would be consumption in the future. So this one is really consuming, is what I could infer?
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Starr?
Only back to the places of business language that's in number 3. That's the elements of public to me are, yeah, highways, streets, schools, sports arenas perhaps that are owned by the public. But when you say places of business, that's tends to become a private opportunity. So, you know, I know the chief doesn't want these either, but go back to the days of speakeasies, you know, say the right word, the door flashes open, and then they're in the basement, you know, just having a blast. I don't want to go that way either, so that we're driving this underground from a consumption perspective either. So is there any opportunity to consume in the places of business that you've seen that can work? If we remove that language, are we letting Pandora's box out?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I see that as being problematic. And I would note that not only did we model this after our own code with respect to alcohol, it also is identical to what's in the state criminal code for definition of a public place. It's just that the marijuana initiative, which puts the marijuana code in a completely different state title section that deals with food and drug, didn't address what is public.
Yeah.
So we feel like we're tracking really close to what the state has in the books with respect to criminal provisions, as well as our own code. So I'd hate to...
Well, not being flippant, I don't work for the state, I work for the local here. So you've answered my questions on that, and I will probably move an amendment that forces the conversation back to us.
When we get down to that point, sir. And by the way, that's the reason I appointed Mr. Hall as the chairman of our committee on this. So as we go through this process, we'll have a conditional use process and be able to figure out where we want it sold at and where the neighborhood doesn't want it sold at. And it's a long process. We work with the state on that.
Sir, with just no deliberation through the chair on that, but these committees that are seeing this, it would be helpful if they would take a position. You know, there are some cases they're seeing public testimony at the public safety and the research that the committee is supposed to do. I would want the liberty of them saying they've taken a vote in committee and said this is what we recommend. So has Mr. Hall's committee done that?
Not yet, sir. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall? You want to answer that? It's getting off the subject on this, but
Not really. If we're going to approve something tonight, I'd like to know what the
Hall?
committee designated to review it says.
Yes, the committee has taken a look at this, but we will bring forth recommendations, Mr. Starr, but we've got a real problem. We're going to have a town hall meeting in February where we have the community come in. We've already been getting word out to our community councils. We want to hear their concerns coming back to us. But part of what we're doing is we're letting the state take the lead on this because they're going to address, I hope, a majority of these issues. And at that point in time, whatever they don't cover, then we'll come back and look at through our land use, conditional use permits. So the intention is to gather up what the community desires are, and contrary to what we've got with liquor conditional use permits where they're all over the board, hopefully we're going to come up with one size fits all on this and don't get the conflicts that we've got in regards to our conditional use with alcohol.
okay, I still have a bunch on track on this item. Mr. Honeman, on 2015-7. Mr. Honeman?
Sorry, side conversation. So there's several things that come into play here, and I think I know where Mr. Starr's going with the issue of place of business or amusement. So I would like to confirm through Mr. Wheeler and perhaps Assembly Council if I'm off base on this, but I view this as a place of business, meaning a person who has marijuana or in one of the e-cigarette things marijuana or a pipe or whatever walks into the Holiday Station to get a pack of gum or a pack of cigarettes. That's a place of business, but it's not a place of business for marijuana consumption. So my understanding of the definition public place when it comes to places of business or amusement could be at the theater, like going to a theater, place for amusement, or a place for like a game or something like that. Is this the intent behind the language of definition, Mr. Wheeler? So you're prohibiting it public, meaning not in a place of business or amusement for that purpose?
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, it would apply to any place of business that's open to the public. So if you exclude places of business, in other words, you allow consumption in places of business, that means anyone who's consuming marijuana can walk into the gas station, walk into the grocery store, walk into the laundromat while they're consuming marijuana.
Right.
Now, each owner has the authority to post signs that says you're not welcome, but then that puts the onus on every single owner to warn people and then kick them out.
Okay. So basically I think what Mr. Starr might be getting at, and maybe I'm wrong, but I believe when we read the places of business, we're all kind of envisioning there are places that have already expressed an interest to either grow or to sell, like the Alaska Cannabis Club over on the old Kodiak, that want to do that for that very express purpose. That's not what this language is intended for, but it would include that building currently present.
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, yes, until either the state or the municipality adopts rules providing for places of business under license or permit to consume and purchase, they would otherwise be prohibited until those rules are in place.
So we're tracking, basically, we're waiting for the state's regulations to see what they come to, and or we could, as we've all discussed through the committees, we can actually come up with recommendations, perhaps adopt something even ahead of time.
Yes, the way the initiative is set up is that the initiative anticipates the state will do something, but if it fails to do that, then the municipalities can adopt their own. But
all right, so I just wanted to kind of conclude by saying, and I've heard a lot of information from the public, and I certainly appreciate each and every one taking their time to come out. Some people obviously a lot of anxiety for various reasons, and you all did very well, and I did listen. Some of the things I'm hearing, though, are still along the line of rhetoric and hype. You can do a lot of your own studies. I've done my own. Yes, we've got a prison conditions that's 5% of the world's population, but 22% of the world's population of prison. But it's 56 or 7% violent offenders and only like 22% on drug offenses, and none of those, like 3 to 5% of drug offense only as the highest charge. So it's just a lot of hype and a lot of rhetoric that we've been hearing about this whole issue. The vote's been done. We're going to have marijuana in our community. I can see it. I can feel it. I know it. We just need to make sure that we have regulations and rules that are in play, just like we do for alcohol, just like we do for tobacco, just like we do for driving down the road and traffic laws. And these are all generally infractions, meaning let's be decent, let's be realistic, let's be respectful. This is not onerous. This is basically telling people, look, go to your own home, not as many rules. Come out in public, can't do it here, can't do it there. That's pretty much it. It's pretty simple to me. I'd like to get this vote done.
Mr. Flynn, sir, and then after Mr. Flynn, Mr. Steele, and Ms. Dombowski. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Smells good, by the way.
We have a two-step process here that we're going to have to endure. The first is authorization of this ordinance. I think it is appropriate, although I'm going to recommend a change to it. The second is figuring out how we're going to license, or if we're going to license, establishments where consumption is allowed, the coffee shop model that somebody mentioned. I think that's probably going to be a necessary step. It's going to be a little tricky when you hear from the alcohol industry. I don't think it's fair that people can't smoke in their establishments anymore, but we'll have to navigate that thicket. With respect to Mr. Wheeler's comments about how lines 4 and 5 on page 2 create the potential for a permitted establishment, it does not parallel section 400, which is the alcohol code. And I respect his opinion that adding that extra paragraph that Mr. Schulte referenced is redundant. However, to the great chagrin of the Alaska Bar, I have written code in my life and statute, and it is my belief it should be parallel so that there is not an inconsistency that the court may misinterpret. And so I'm going to suggest in a moment here that we add that paragraph, it's 835-400C as 805-300C. And if we want to come back and clean up the code later, I'm fine with that, but I do want it to be parallel for now. So my amendment, and I have it written down, I'll hand it to the clerk, is to insert prior to line 28 on page 2, C, this section shall not apply where consumption is authorized by a state permit or license or authorized by a municipal permit or lease. And then on line 28, that would become paragraph D. So the code is parallel. May I have a second, please?
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Friend, seconded by Mr. Evans. Do you have copies available for all the Assembly members?
Nope. I wrote it down and gave it to the clerk. Basically, what this does is it makes section 300 and 400 will be parallel. And when the municipal revisers want to go back and clean up the code, we can make a deletion on both sections in concert. Nothing further, sir.
Okay. Comments on Mr. Flynn's amendment from Assembly members? I'm going to clear the. I've still got Mr. Steele, Mr. Dombowski. I'll come back to you, but let's deal with his amendment first. If you want to talk
Mr.
about.
Chairman?
Yes.
I would appreciate it if he would repeat it again, not just for me, but for everybody watching on TV and the audience. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. The amendment would be insert prior to line 28 on page 2, a new section C or new paragraph C that reads, this section shall not apply where consumption is authorized by a state permit or license or authorized by a municipal permit or lease. And then paragraph C would be relabeled as paragraph D.
Thank you. Mr. Dombowski on that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This seems pretty straightforward to me, but I just want Mr. Wheeler to give the nod that he does not have a problem with this. Well, he might, but I want to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Through the chair, Mr. Dombowski, as I said earlier, it's redundant and unnecessary, and so legally speaking, it does no good or no harm.
No good or no harm. So it doesn't create a problem. I'm just making sure.
Right in the middle, Mr. Wheeler?
I'm sorry?
It's right in the middle, no good or no harm?
My preference would be that it not be there, just as a matter of good code drafting, but it doesn't have any legal effect.
Thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Dombowski? Mr. Holman?
You know, a lot of times we make sausage, it ain't pretty, it doesn't smell good, but in the end we hope it tastes good, and the presentation's there. Why would we put something, our own municipal attorney is telling us, why would we create a law, maybe it does no harm, but it doesn't do any good. He's already said in the ruling it's redundant. I'd almost rather take the 835-400 and take C out of that, other than add something. If it's redundant there, why not? Why are we going to make it redundant here? Bad law creating following bad law. It's simple, straightforward. I'm voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Evans on Mr. Flynn's amendment.
Yes, I support his amendment. The main reason is, and I think Mr. Flynn indicated it, the possibility that this law and what we create here gets interpreted by a court. I mean, the idea was to mirror the alcohol restrictions and the tobacco restrictions. If we take it out, it could lead to people wondering if we were intending to change something in that by taking it out. I agree it's redundant, but God knows that the law is full of redundancies. The key thing is here, it doesn't hurt, the intention remains the same, and we don't risk anybody misinterpreting what we've done.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Any other comments on this amendment before we vote? Seeing none, please vote. That is approved 10-1. Now going back to where we were before, Mr. Steele, sir, on the amended document in front of us.
Thank you very much. Chief, thank you for your effort on this. I know we gave you kind of an open-ended mission in terms of looking at this and see what we can do in the interim, knowing what we know and how do you police it and so on and so forth. Have you got any idea? I know the fine is $100 that we've got in here, minimum fine. What's it going to cost you to enforce one of those? Is it going to cost you $100? It's going to cost you $400.
Mr. Steele, through the chair. I could guess. It's like writing a traffic ticket. It's going to take, 4 minutes and we're done. These are just tickets. Now, as Ms. Gray Jackson knows from the work session, we may not be able to do them all the time right away till we flesh out what's going to happen with edibles, till we find out what field sobriety tests are going to be able to do or not do with some of those things. But we think this will get the biggest share of the unauthorized use out of the barn, and we can refine things as we get farther in down the road. But this is not going to be an expensive thing to issue a ticket.
Thank you, Chief. I was just trying to point out for the folks watching, this is not a money maker. This is not something that we're doing to make money. What this is in my mind, is regulating the interface between people. We heard testimony tonight, people didn't want to be around marijuana, to be impacted by it. And some people wanted the freedom to do what they wanted to do. This is just trying to regulate the public space, and so that people aren't negatively impacted. This is not the last time you'll see this. This is not the last time you're going to see a lot. This is our first cut at something to get a handle on what's going to happen on the 24th. And this is just a start. There's, you've heard discussion about conditional use permits and licensing. Do we license? Is the state going to license? You've got grow, you've got sales, and you've got use. This is an attempt to get a handle on use and minimize the impacts between people. So I will be a yes vote on it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dombrowski and then Mr. Starr again.
Oh, where to start? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the amended document in front of us.
Yeah, thank you. As I look at this, I've been listening to the public testimony, and it's like deja vu over again when people keep saying the people voted, this is what the people voted for. Let me just read from the ballot initiative. The bill would ban public use of marijuana, period. End of discussion. That's what you voted for. I didn't support ballot measure 2. I think there's problems with this, especially, Chief Mew alluded to it. How do you enforce it? With edibles, we don't even know what these field tests will do. How do you know if somebody's piece of chocolate is, a pot candy? You don't. I don't know, if the technology is even there yet. Neither does APD, to be honest, I don't think. But the fact of the matter is, this was voted. It's got to be something that has got to be dealt with. You wanted it regulated like marijuana, you're about to get it. And alcohol, like alcohol. The fact is, you can't consume alcohol in public. This is just the Assembly's first attempt at doing what the people want them to do. Like I said, I have problems with it all the way around, but with that said, I think that Mr. Flynn's amendment to create parity with other law is probably the best that we can do in this situation. I wouldn't support an amendment to take out public places or places of business or amusement. And quite frankly, I think it's because if I read this, it clearly says that if we're going to go ahead and issue licenses or permits or conditional use permits or whatever for somebody to have, a private club, this doesn't preclude that. So I think by taking out places of business or amusement, I think it complicates the issue. I think it's pretty clear the way it is here now. I don't think anybody's going for banning pot. That's not what they're talking about. So I will support this begrudgingly, but I will support it. I don't think it's perfect. Good luck, Chief Mew. I hope it helps. I've listened to APD. I've listened to the community, and it appears everybody's trying to make this work. So best of luck to you.
Mr. Starr, sir.
I'll be misinterpreted, I'm certain, but comedian Ron White talks about a situation where he was drunk in a bar and they threw him into public. That's a funny deal. Actually, I don't have an interest to take out places of business, but I do have an interest to have the conversation come back in front of us. So my amendment is actually adding a section 4 that reads, this ordinance shall come before the Assembly for review prior to February 24th of 2016.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second it for discussion.
Mr. Starr,
and here's the issue, is that we meet several times a month because we're under charter to do so. Juneau's going to have one crack at state legislation, and then they're going to have a recess. I see this lingering. I don't want it to go 2 legislative cycles. I also don't want the marijuana industry to feel that we're completely off the radar for business opportunities inside Anchorage. That's not to say I support or don't support marijuana, but I certainly don't like the opportunity to drive to Houston or to somewhere in Big Lake, and not to equate them to fireworks, but it's an unregulated industry that doesn't help us when we do that, or the ability to buy it in Talkeeton and consume it in Anchorage unregulated. This helps the regulation in public, I get that, but I think the next thing is how are we going to regulate the sale, make some money with it, and keep it under wraps. I've been to Colorado. I've seen some of what they do, not on a research trip for marijuana, but forcing the conversation back to us a year from when it starts, it says, hey, if Juneau still drags their feet, we're going to have to converse about this again. That's all.
Mr. Starr, could you repeat the verbiage again?
Sure. It's under a Section 4, new one. This ordinance shall come before the Assembly for review prior to February 24th, 2016.
Just a review, sir. That's what it comes back for. Thank you. Any other comments from Assembly members? If not, please vote. Go. Well, there we go. I know. It's my fault. That was approved by the body. We now have in front of us the document amended a couple of times. Any other comments from Assembly members? Please vote. That is approved by the body. Ms. Dombrowski, would you please make the usual amendment on this one? I don't want people to pick it up tomorrow. Ms. Dombrowski, would you make an amendment for immediate reconsideration, please, ma'am?
Mr. Chairman, I move for immediate reconsideration and urge a no vote.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please vote. That is done. It's approved. Next item in front of us, is item 14G, Ordinance AO 2015-10, and there's an S version on it. An ordinance submitted to the qualified voters of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska. A ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to adopt alcoholic beverage sales tax to dedicate the revenue to health and public safety, uses related to alcohol beverages, to allow use of the revenue to finance bonds for projects related to alcohol treatment, and to provide for approval of a majority, 50% plus one of qualified voters voting on the question. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name.
Hello, my name is Mary Funner, F as in Frank, U-N-N-E-R. So I'm here today because I'm a small business owner and my family owns Value Liquor in South Anchorage. We are against the proposal to tax alcohol. We understand that there's a huge homeless population and all the problems that go along with it, but this tax is not the answer. As an industry, we are already paying some of the highest alcohol taxes in the nation. With the addition of Obamacare and the higher minimum wage, this tax will reduce our customer base due to these higher prices. We have already cut back on personnel and bonuses just to keep afloat. With this new tax, you will make it even harder for us to stay in business. Our industry is already generous with our donations. Our company supports the Lutheran Social Services, Food Bank, Catholic Social Services, just to name a few. We're going to continue to support these worthy charities if our income stream is not interrupted. Sorry. I'm also at a loss to understand why you target our industry when we do so much for the community already. My company was one of the founding members of ARBRA, whose sole purpose it is to clean up the homeless camps that scatter the municipality, collecting tons of garbage every year. We are trying to be a good neighbor, but we can't be expected to know all the answers to how to solve this problem. Now, speaking of from a consumer point of view, I don't appreciate having to pay more than what's on that sticker. When it's $14.99, I want to pay $14.99. I don't want to pay $15.05 or however much it is. As you contemplate this new tax revenue, please be mindful of the money that has already been promised to our city that has not been allocated. Might I suggest you look into that issue first before proposing this new liquor tax? Thank you for your consideration.
Questions from Assembly members? Thank you for waiting so long, ma'am. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Corinne O'Neill, O''Neil, and I'm the Supportive Housing Division Director for Rural Cap, and we are also the owner and operator of Carlick Manor. At Carlick Manor, we teach a substance abuse curriculum called Seeking Safety, and one of the modules is climbing the mountain of recovery. And in that mountain, we talk about how there are many different routes to recovery. Some people can go straight up the pass to the top, and maybe that's closer to the abstinence model, and many people have to take the circuitous route up the mountain. And for many people that we serve in the Supportive Housing Division, they may never climb totally to what we consider the top of recovery, but they may make progress up that mountain. And so what I would ask of the ordinance is that we consider the span of housing and treatment options for people that, and I apologize because I haven't seen the S version tonight, but that particularly on the bond issue, that we consider housing options for people with addictions as well as treatment facilities, so that we can have the whole continuum of treatment options recognized in the ordinance and potentially be funded if this passes. Obviously, Rural Cap, like many agencies and treatment providers, has a tremendous time with funding and revenue, including our Carlick Manor project, and that there are limited resources, and the grant options have definitely not kept up with inflation and the demand. 80% of people, we retain 80% of people in Carlick Manor, and we like to take additional frequent flyers off the street consistently. but we have very little attrition in the project. And people are very successful in their homes in regards to drinking reduction and to emergency service use. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, you had a question?
Yes, I do. I'd like to share with you, there may be others in the audience that hasn't read the S version. And the difference is, in the original version, under alcoholic beverage sales tax, it states revenues received from this tax are dedicated to financing health and public safety programs related to alcoholic beverages. And due to concerns and the expression of a lack of trust of government, in the S version, I changed that language where it says revenues received from this tax are dedicated to financing alcohol treatment, emergency transportation, and housing programs, including housing programs for chronic inebriates.
Thank you very much. I think we're happy with that amendment. Would the section B parallel that in regards to treatment facilities?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Honeman?
Yes. Well, anyway, I think that was what we wanted to reiterate to you, but that I don't know if you guys have had a projection. I'd be interested in finding out a projection of what you believe, either by survey or by interest or by some data points, that how much more housing or how many more places like a Carluck Manor that would be needed to address the very real and growing problem of the chronic alcoholic inebriate that we've seen on our streets. Because it is a problem, it's a growing problem, and I know it's not just the liquor stores or the bars that are responsible, it's the people. But it's a community problem that we all got to address, and I'm trying to figure out what's it going to cost us, and then this is a way to look at trying to find ways to. We're up against our budget everywhere else.
Yeah, sure. You know, tomorrow, actually tonight, is the day of the homeless census count. So I have a couple of people here that will be out at 5 a.m. counting camps. And tomorrow's Project Homeless Connect, where we look at the point in time and how many people we've seen back through chronically homeless. And just to remind you, the city holds that data. So, you know, I think we've seen, you know, anywhere from 250 to 350, not looking at citing the numbers off the top of my head, of people who are sort of revolving chronically homeless for many years in our community with addiction disorders. And so if we were looking at what would be the number of units, obviously the 46 that we have at Carluck doesn't span the scale of the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Floyd Hill, last name spelled Hill. And I am an alcoholic, and I'm also homeless. And I just want to share a story about my last alcohol binge. It lasted for about 2.5 months. I drank every day, from a half a gallon to 3 half a gallons, me and my buddies, sleeping in homeless camps, passing out, and getting picked up by CSP. Thank God for them. A couple times I would have probably froze to death. Then I ended up in the ER with pneumonia and very bad withdrawals, and was in there for about 8 hours. Then they sent me to Ernie Turner Detox. I was there for 10 days, and don't remember the first 3 days. I was so out of it. And from there, today I am in ruler cab, homeward bound, doing good, in a safe place, bed, clean clothes, food to eat. And now I wake up at 6, and I get on the computer and fill out for jobs online, go to job service, and feel good about myself. I have self-esteem and confidence, and some people may look at me and say, he's capable for being out in the workforce, and I totally agree. But alcohol is a strong, strong disease, and it could take everything away. But I'm going to attend an outpatient treatment, and I really thank God for Rural Cap Homeward Bound, Ernie Turner Center, CSP, Safe Harbor, and I want to thank you guys for your time.
Sir, we have a few questions for you. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your personal story here in this auditorium.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Holman,
Mr. Chairman.
sir, Mr. Holman's got a question.
Same thing, and I'm familiar with all the programs you're using, and I'm glad you're able to get to them. I wish you luck on your rehab and continued success, so thank you for sharing your story, and good luck, okay?
All right, I really appreciate
Thank you,
that.
sir, for being here.
All right, thanks.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
My name is Bill Oakes, O-A-K-E-S. First, I'm disappointed that the body didn't keep to the scheduled order of items in the agenda, but having waited this long, I wish to say that I'm in favor of this. For too long, the sector of the community that sells this product has reaped the profits, passed on the problems to the public at large. It's time to have them shoulder some of this burden. Maybe they won't even then, they'll pass on the tax to the customer. But I do profoundly hope the voters, and I'm in favor of this going to vote, I hope that the voters realize what portion of their taxes in many forms, in many ways, many departments have to deal with the problem caused by this product. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. There are no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Bill.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. Trevor Storrs, community member. Last name is spelled S-T-O-R-R-S. Good evening. It's always great to be before you tonight and very excited about this ordinance. One of the things I think that's most important is you guys are suggesting a solution and putting it before the community, not being the deciding factor yourselves, because you all have been reached by the community and those before you and those before them, and continuously for probably 4 or 5 decades as assembly members as well as our administration has been reached out by the community with great concern. And now putting it before the community and asking them to actively participate in addressing one of our major issues that seems to be growing year after year is a strong and positive move and great leadership. So on behalf of the community, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. And all tonight, you have heard people stepping forward, whether we may agree with them or not on some of it, speaking about money and investment. If we think about the thousands of dollars per day, the hundreds of thousands of dollars it costs these 250 to 300 individuals that Ms. O'Neill spoke about, it is estimated each one of those costs this city as taxpayers $100,000. I can think of greater things that we can use those dollars. We need to address this problem. We can either do it at the forefront or at the back end, which we're currently doing, and that's not resolving anything. Our community needs a solution. You're putting it before the community. Support that. Ask the community to make a decision. Then you'll know. If the community votes no, when they start complaining, you have something. Right now, you have nothing. I encourage you to support this. Ask the community to step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions from the Assembly. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, good evening. My name is Leona Hawkinson Crow. My last name is spelled H-A-A.
Down.
Yeah.
Sorry, as we get older, it gets harder.
Yeah, it does. Okay.
Not me, but others.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, it's spelled H-A-A-K-A-N-S-O-N-C-R-O-W. Okay, I'm a little nervous here. My name is Leon Hawkinson Crow, and I'm a recovering alcoholic. Through grace of God, I have 14 months clean and sober. And I'm currently at Homeward Bound, and with my recovery, I have been blessed to be in a safe and warm place and not out in the cold. And I was approached today and asked if I would come and share my story. And I said I'd be honored to, because there are so many homeless people recovering, or not recovering, people suffering that need recovery out there. And I was dying on December 9th of last year. I woke up on Tudor and didn't know where I was. It was 3 a.m. and my body wouldn't move. I woke up in a camp, and I asked for help, and they told me just to follow the lights. And I couldn't get up, and I had to hold on to the trees. What I heard was to follow the light. And I made it to the road and asked this guy in his truck if he would give me a ride. It was 3 a.m. Well, I made it to the hospital, and through the grace of God, we got a hold of detox, and I got in, and I've been following the light ever since and never turned back or looked away. And wonderful things start happening. The doors opened, and my prayers were answered, and it was lifted from me to never pick up that drink. And I see people out there that are hurting and that need help. And it makes me really sad because that was me. And if I could do anything, I would help them as much as I could possibly do, because I've seen too many people die. And with this tax, I pray to God that you support it, because there are people out there, men and women, too many of us.
Time's up, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Congratulations, though, on being sober. It's a hard road.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Next person, please.
Thank you. My name is Nan Hooper, Hooper. I want to applaud your efforts to address this issue. This is a very serious issue in our community. I've been here since 1972. However, I do see that the more money we throw at this, the bigger the problem seems to get. The crowds get bigger and bigger. So I don't think taxing is really the answer. We need to find other solutions. I mean, this is a tax. It's just going to take money out of one person's pocket and put it in another person's. I personally don't agree with taxing to solve an issue. I would like to find the money somewhere else, because these programs are so important. And I have dealt with a number of homeless people myself. And I've seen them go through the system, and I see how there's certain ones that can abuse it and others that really do appreciate it and benefit from it. It's a very complicated thing, and I don't envy you your job, but I don't agree with taxing to, I don't see another answer. I don't have any answers, but I think it would be nice if we could look in other areas, to find revenue to help with this. That's all I have.
There are no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
My name is Carmen Springer, Springer. Good evening, members of the Assembly. I am here this evening representing the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. Our membership is comprised of social service, business, tribal, government, and faith-based organizations, as well as individual community members. As you heard Corinne mention, tomorrow we will do what is known as our annual point-in-time count. This is a nationwide event in which every year we attempt to count everyone who is homeless on a single night. The outreach workers who will go out tomorrow morning at 5:30 will be accompanied by homeless and formerly homeless neighbors. We have volunteers look forward to this event each year when they can serve an important role and be a model for their peers. The numbers from this event in Anchorage last year showed that 17% of our homeless neighbors had a chronic substance abuse issue, and 10% were chronically homeless. While this is only a small percentage of the almost 1,800 people counted in Anchorage, this is a subset of the homeless population levies the highest public burden. Over the past 3.5 decades, there have been numerous plans, task forces, and panels which has looked at the issues of homelessness in the municipality. The core recommendations of these have all been the same. There's a great need for more housing, substance abuse treatment, and wraparound services. Most of the items recommended in these plans have been left undone due to lack of funding. The municipality has been a continued partner in planning for the future of the chronically homeless members of our community, but there has not been the financial mechanism to allow the plans to be executed. Through a commitment to fund and support evidence-based solutions that have worked in communities across the nation and that have been highly successful in our own community, we can start to tackle some of the recommendations that have been handed down for the past 34 years. When our teams of outreach workers and community volunteers go out tomorrow morning, we want to make sure that there are enough programs available when our neighbors who have suffered previous challenges are ready to make a positive change in their lives. The Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness is in support of the Assembly addressing the issue of chronically homeless individuals with addictions.
Question from Assembly members. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow and stay warm.
Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. My name is John Laux, spelled phonetically Lima Alpha Uniform X-ray. Pardon me if braces, so hopefully I'm pronunciating effectively for everyone. My disclosures are on file and a matter of public record, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of my time with that, but I am the chair of your Anchorage Health and Human Services Commission, vice chair, board of directors for a nonprofit in this state, have my own healthcare consulting firm, et cetera, et cetera. Getting to the point, I support the general notion of what is being mentioned here. Anchorage is the 63rd largest city in the United States. We are pretty much the only top 100 city in the country that does not do direct funding allocations for health and social services, health and human services topics. The general notion of what is being proposed here is specified funding for health and human services topics. That is what has been neglected for the past 34, the past 40, the past 60 years in this state. What we have already under the alcohol tax framework is the money being, the tax revenue is coming into general funds. It's not being spent for the specific issue of health programs, the rehabilitation and recovery concepts, and funding of intervention task force and treatment options. And so I think the general notion mentioned by some folks of this is an additional tax. No, what this should be is a specification of the current revenue that you already have coming into place dedicated to the topic of health and human services. That is what every other major city in the country does. It is what Anchorage should do if we want to remain a competitive city. And with that, I'll yield back.
Questions from Assembly members? Thank you, sir, for being here. Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Leva, spelled A-L-L-E-V-A, and I'm here to oppose even looking at the liquor industry to raise the tax to address the problems allegedly caused by liquor. I'd like to reverse that and take a look at the little report that you've had done by the advisory committee, and it's the nonprofits and the churches that enable these lifestyles and actually create the subculture of people that become a burden on the city. I met with Brother Francis this week. We joined forces with drug dealers and issues of giving out food and clothing on a dark street. I guess you can say kind of like the trailer court. When you take me on, you take on the entire trailer court. There's a lot of problems out there. But also, they have to take responsibility for themselves. If they draw in these problems and they grow, then they should provide the security, the police, the medic, and the garbage pickup. And they can finance it, not through taxes, not through the liquor industry, who I donated a van to Arba, and believe me, that was the only industry that cleaned up after the homeless. Ed O'Neill did that, and he did a wonderful job and continues to do that. But the Brother Francis Shelter, Catholic Social Services in the neighborhood of Fairview has Bishop's Attic, $300,000 profit, and pay no property taxes. Beans Cafe has a $2 million budget, and they just bought another building. Allison Relocation is one of their tenants with a nonprofit who's not paying any real estate taxes. Something's wrong with that picture. Mr. Crockett ran that as a business. Hey, if he ran it like a business, it acts like a business, tax it like a business. There should be no exemptions. The pick, click, and give, Beans Cafe is #1. Getting back to BFS, Providence Hospital exploits the homeless with their commercials. If they paid Brother Francis a royalty, they could have enough money to pay the taxes that the rest of us are burdening. These Ziets are really kind of fanatical on their religious beliefs that they're supposed to help their fellow man, and they incorporate, even in today's paper, 1,000 sandwiches by St. Elizabeth Ann Seton students. Have no idea if you feed those people like you feed a baby, you have to change their diaper. So I don't say without getting them to work, no housing, no food, no clothing, they can pay their own way and pay the taxes as reported in the report could save $71 million. Leave the liquor industry alone.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any
Question from
questions?
Assembly members? Take care, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hello again. My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V as a Victory E-2. I live on a street that's pretty interesting. I've been there for over 20 years, called Falker Street. This is right next to Campbell Creek Park. I get to see a lot of people drinking in the street. Mainly they drink on this little bridge and also in camps. And their camps are apparently run like tribes. They actually have their own leaders sometimes. They're sometimes challenged physically. But they drink. And guess what? You put a tax, another tax on booze. Well, see, we already have a tax on booze. The state taxes it. But you do that, and you're not punishing them. They'll raise the money any way they can because they are addicted. The only way you can help them is to promote helping themselves, maybe by not having a tax, because then the public will have more money. You're not punishing them, you're punishing the public. And they never use treatment centers. The only way they can get help is if they want to help themselves. No way else. They'll go through these programs and stuff, and I'd say 80 to 90% will go off and get more drinks. And I've seen this right in front of me. And it's just a hidden tax that you're placing on the public. And that's it. It doesn't help anybody. It hinders the average person because when they want to go and get a can of beer for the football game, they have to pay this other tax. It's just a hidden tax. That's all it is. It doesn't help, the inebriate. They're going to drink no matter what, no matter how high you raise it. And they're not. And the treatment they're going to get, that doesn't help them because they'll come back to the same old patterns. The best thing you can do, if you want, leave it up to the volunteer organizations, Catholic Social Services, something like that. Don't put government tax money and throw it down the tubes on these people because it isn't going to do any good at all. Also, have you ever thought of this? When a priest goes to buy a bottle of wine for church, see, I'm Catholic too. I can't finish the story. Catch me another day. I was going to say, is he going to get taxed? Isn't that kind of interfering with his religion?
Take care, sir.
Okay, have a good night. Stay sober.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name is Athena Singsas, spelled S-I-N-G-S-A-A-S. This is my first time ever speaking in front of the Assembly. I am a lifelong Alaskan. Lived here a long time, and I live in that guy's neighborhood too. I have helped a lady by the name of Sandy McCollum, and she ran In His Name Ministry. She's been around for a very long time. I'm sure she's been down here, and I helped her a lot with a lot of things, with her own food pantry, with people that she knew that was drug addicted, homeless, DWIs. And the problem isn't the will of the people wanting to help. What I'm going to say is probably going to sound really horrible, but it's the laws. It's not that nobody here cares. It's the fact that the people who are on the streets for a reason. Maybe nobody wants to be on the streets, but they're there. They're there because they don't have support networks. They're there because they're addicted. They're there because they didn't have anywhere to go. And it's sad. But when you turn around and you open the Alaska statutes and you look at them and you read them, there's nothing for them to do. There's nowhere to go. There's prejudice against felons. All the treatment programs, you can't even stay in them long enough. You know, I mean, what are you going to do? You're giving people hope. You're saying, hey, recover, recover, recover. We'll give you the means. Here's a bed. Here's some food. The elementary school is making sandwiches for the homeless. Oh, my God. That's how bad it's gotten. Taxing alcohol seems like a decent idea, considering the problem comes from there. Okay, fine. Logical idea. But at the very end of the day, until you start changing the laws, nothing is ever going to change. You might as well just not build a building and put up a statue, because it's going to stand for the same reason. Hope. That's all it's going to do. It's not going to change anything else. I can't believe I just said all that to you guys, but it's the truth. I have some documents up here I'd like to leave with you guys, validating some of what I'm saying. 3 minutes is not enough. It really isn't. It just briefs, idea summaries, gets the lead out. What I want to leave with you is an article written where Carmen Gutierrez was involved. She is the Deputy Commissioner of the Prisoner Reentry Rehabilitation Task Force. And the last one, if I have a few minutes, or a few seconds, would be from our own college. The hidden impact of criminal conviction, a brief overview. And
Anything you want to give us, if you give it to our clerk, she'll get distribution to all of us.
that would be wonderful. And your clerk is?
A question for you, ma'am.
Right here.
She's here for your documents.
Thank you.
Mr. Coleman has a question for you.
I look forward to hearing some more details about your ideas, so if you could make sure you can probably address them through the clerk, get to online to the municipal assembly members, and please let us know some of your suggestions. I didn't get a lot of detail from what you're saying, like changing laws. So I'm really curious as to which specific laws you're talking about. So if you would let us know, that'd be great. And I understand 3 minutes of public testimony is difficult to summarize it, but I'd love to hear more about it.
Now?
No, forward the information.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
That's all, ma'am.
Thank you, guys.
Just give it to the clerk and she'll make distribution. We'll all get it. She's right here. Thank you, ma'am, for coming to talk to us. Welcome, sir.
Hello, I'm Phil Isley. Last name's Isley. I have some concerns about this. The first thing says is it's a dedicated funds. And to my knowledge, when you do a tax, you can't dedicate it to a specific purpose. It goes into the general fund. Just like when the AWWU makes money, it goes into the general fund. It doesn't go towards AWWU bonds. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you're sitting back and you're looking at building all these new facilities. We have lots of facilities. Every couple of years we try and do something for the homeless, and we've spent more and more and more and more. Roughly, we've been pretty consistent at 400 homeless people in Anchorage. We have 1,500 nonprofit organizations, and a significant number of them are dedicated to helping these. And if you look at the amount of people that we have trying to help these, if you did away with all that support staff, you could just give them the money and they would be making as much as we are. Your system that you're working is not working at all. Throwing more money at it is not going to help. We've built a whole industry around 400 people, and that's not really fair to me. Every time the people that come down here and testify, they're not testifying for the homeless. They're testifying for their organization, their job, and their employees. And every road to recovery they suggest goes straight through my pocketbook. And that's not right. If we are all equal, you talk about the Constitution, if we're all equal in the Constitution, then why do I have to support him? You've developed a codependent relationship with the homeless people. If you just do away with that and break the cycle and quit feeding them and quit clothing them and quit giving them support and quit picking them up on the streets, perhaps they'll change their behavior, because they won't change it till they hit rock bottom. And as long as you're standing there holding them up every time they stumble and giving them chance after chance after chance, they're never going to hit rock bottom, except the cases that you might see where the people that are in charge of it, that get the money from it, bring it down here to testify, to pull on your heartstrings so that you'll give them more of our money. And you're really generous with it. And you need to stop that, because we're running out. The average person in Anchorage probably spends 50% of his wages in the various different taxes. The only thing is the majority of them are all hidden. And you need to think about it. If you think about the Boston Tea Party, they started a small revolution there over a 3% tax. And here you've got a tax where you don't put down the percentage or how much, so it's kind of like a blank check.
We will be next Tuesday, we'll be putting the amount.
Say again?
Mr. Isley, by next Tuesday, we'll be putting the amount down on that.
Okay.
As we pass it, if it's passed. And Mr. Wheeler is the one that indicated we can dedicate the fund stream, unlike the state. You were saying when you initially started we couldn't dedicate the money? We can.
You can dedicate money.
Yes. According to Mr. Wheeler.
All right.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. I just like everything Phil Isley said, every word of it. I like every word that Ronna Levis said, every word of it. And you know, it's like the sales tax, the cigarette smokers. These are law-abiding folks. We singled them out. We started a sin tax. Hey, these are law-abiding folks. A lot of them got addicted in the military, but that's another subject. Now we're talking about a sin tax here on alcohol. You know, the biggest problem we have for health is obesity. Maybe we ought to start taxing donuts. But the idea is like a bunch of mice chewing along around the edges, trying to get a hole, trying to get some tax revenue coming in somewhere. Well, you know, the sales tax, we got the cigarette tax. Now we're going to have an 8% alcohol tax. We got the room tax for the hotels. What's next? You know, and actually, I should be for this sales tax. In fact, I want to go on record as being for an 8% sales tax. And I mean to include everything: alcohol, cigarettes, even buying a house. But when you get done with that 8% sales tax on that house, you're done. You actually own it. We could finance that sales tax in. And then we can spend that money any way we want. We can buy anything we want. These $5 million deals for Parks and Rec, several of them up here tonight. You know, $5 million here, $5 million there. Pretty soon you're talking real money. How many red nose inns do we need? Should we have about, 10 of them, because we got 400 homeless. There's 440 people. The math works out about right. 10 Carluck Manors. And then everybody in the world says, hey, look at this, free hotel room. We eat at Beans Cafe. We got nice food. It's a party. Let me tell you, the Bush will be coming to town. It will be a party. If I thought for a minute that this 8% tax would do one thing to change the homeless population in this town, I might even be for it, as much as I despise the idea of another tax. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for staying. Anybody else wishes to testify, please come forward. And if you don't testify tonight, you can testify on the 3rd of February on this item. Welcome, sir.
Hi. Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. So if a man and a woman decide that they want to get married and they go to the liquor store to purchase a bottle of wine, should they have to pay a tax for that? A hard-working man and a woman, should they have to put their money into something that is going to do something for people that has nothing to do with what they're trying to get going? Do the people of Anchorage want to be taxed more than they are right now? Is this the beginning of, let's tax everything we can possibly think of and put it into a system of helping people with alcohol problems that could go into that's a very vast region. And I see your heart in this, to help these people, right? But on the other hand, these hardworking people that had enough money to go spend $7.50 on the bottle of wine that they're going to use to celebrate their wedding, that man and that woman. Should they have to pay that? Are these people holding up these signs on the side of the street going to be out there even longer now because they got to pay additional funds to get their bottle of, I think, R&R? It sounds like it's what they're drinking, the big tall bottle of R&R. But it's interesting. I kept hearing this as a trend. There's a little timer right there, 25 seconds. Or is that a minute and 25? I think it's 125.
Oh, it's 24 seconds.
24 seconds. There's a trend that if you're homeless, you're inebriate, or vice versa. But here's the deal, long and skinny. If you don't work, you don't eat. Just get a job.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you. My name is Darwin Bewer, B as in boy, I-W-E-R. I've owned Darwin's Theory, a bar downtown, for 34 years. I'm also chairman of the board of directors for Alaska Char, which we have 250 members in the Anchorage area. As been pointed out before, we have been taxed in this industry, taxed and taxed and taxed. We have the highest, one of the highest taxes in the United States, and yet our organization has pushed with the legislature to try to get rehabilitation, get rooms, get all kinds of counseling and so forth for all these homeless. And that's another problem we have here is we're confusing the homeless people. We're lumping all these together. Homeless people with alcoholic people, with chronic inebriates, which we were trying to address in the first place. Last week, Lieutenant Gilliam from APD informed us that there's around 200 of the chronic inebriates in town. Of those 200, there's about 25 that are chronic inebriates that are really problems every day. Of those 200, most of those are just casually have the big problems. But these 25 are really big problems. But I applaud Mr. Hall here on changing the ordinance, which would allow for more Carlick Manor type places. I think that is a very obvious experiment in the first place, but it shows that these people have problems that just happen to drink alcohol. Alcohol is not their problem. The first question was, should we let them drink alcohol in the Carlick Manor, and it worked out fine. One big problem I do have is changing the municipal charter that goes from 60% down to 50%. If this is such a good idea to tax alcohol, why do we have to make it easier? It be 90% or whatever it should be, but that's a big problem I see with the alcohol tax, with the changing the charter. So I'm just totally against this. I think the money that has been taxed already has not been used. Our last alcohol tax by the state was back 14 years ago, and what has it done? Nothing. I think this is going to be, there's no plan here, there's no actual, how many counselors are there going to be? How many Carlick Manors are there going to be? We need more specific information on what this tax is going to be used for before we go ahead and do it. We haven't even heard what the tax is going to be yet. So that's what I have to say. We're completely against it. It's a bad idea.
We have a question for you, sir. Mr. Flynn, sir?
More of a comment, Darwin. You have me most of the way, but you picked a scab. The 60% requirement, as you know, was put in place based on an industry-funded charter initiative in 1997 in reaction to the ballot initiatives, not assembly-generated, in 94, 95, seeking an alcohol tax. So I will accept your arguments, but I will not accept the argument that the 60%, the changing the charter piece around the 60% is inappropriate, given that it came from industry in the first place.
Where it came from is I think is a non-issue in my case, obviously. But the point is, why make, if it's such a good idea, why isn't it?
I heard what you said. I'm just telling you. I know
Okay,
this.
well, fine.
Questions from other Assembly members? Thank you, sir, for coming down here.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, we're continuing the public hearing on this item of February the 3rd. So if you didn't get enough tonight or couldn't testify, February the 3rd, you'll have more opportunity. That's the last item we've got in public hearings. So no special orders, no unfinished agenda. We're on item 17, audience participation. So if you want to talk to us for 3 minutes, we've got the time. Hello, Ron.
Hey. I do want to talk about 3rd and Carlick with the tents. I understand there's a downtown ordinance that prevents camping on the streets. I'd like that ordinance extended down to, let's say Post Road. And that way you won't get that overflow impact from the shelter camping on what is a truck route. So if you would entertain that idea, and then the sadness is earlier when I said I met with the shelter, it was a very cordial meeting trying to work together because they have this group and groups, Pay It Forward, who come down on a dark night, Saturday night, on Carlick and hand out dark clothing and give out food. Well, it defeats the methodology, and I think it's counterproductive to what the shelter's trying to do with their case managers if they have another safety net and they have to cross the street, and they do it in masses, like 50 to 100 people race across the street to get this free-for-all for food and clothing, and there's no crosswalks. So it creates a dangerous, unsafe situation, not only for the clients, but the people driving on those roads. Now, we gave up the parking on Carlick, yet religious organizations will park there, such as the news report, Channel 2, Pay It Forward, parked in a no parking zone and handed out food and clothing. What type of moral example is that to the people who are camping under signs that say no camping? So it's a free-for-all disrespect of the laws that are supposed to protect those people. And it's very counterproductive. So if you could expand the geography of that ordinance, that there's no camping on the sidewalks down the Post Road, that might eliminate that proximity and the danger factor of camping in between two truck routes. Do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Leva.
Oh, you're more than welcome. It's always enjoyable to be here.
It's good to have you here, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
My name's Ed Larrivee Still, Larrivee-2. Basically, what I'd like to see the Assembly do is quit punishing the people and start helping the people through different methods. Don't raise their taxes. You know, cut as much as you can before you even think of raising taxes, but don't raise their taxes. They're being taxed to death. Try something new. Try to figure out ways to make money instead of tax the people. Because when you tax the people, you punish everybody. You want to help the homeless? Volunteer. Don't spend tax money on them. Volunteer your time. And good luck, too, because a lot of people would never want a homeless person staying in their house. They just wouldn't. But you really want to help the homeless, you have to win their hearts. And then they'll change their ways. Give them an opportunity. Hire them. But, I mean, yeah, it's going to be risky. You better believe it's going to be risky. but, change society. But to punish the people through taxes, that's not going to work. And their voting will solve this problem too. It'll show you that it's not going to work. But anyway, I hope you all have a great night. Be safe going home. Stay warm. Tonight, probably a lot of homeless people are going to suffer because it's going to get so cold out there. So just be grateful you all have homes, warm homes. And out there in TV land, there you are. Have a great night.
Take care, sir.
Bye-bye. See you next time. By the way, when's this next assembly meeting?
February the 3rd.
It's on my calendar. I'll see you then.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all?
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. Sounds like there's a lot of, sounds like something's stirring up here with the community involvement in their government. And to help these, I'm hearing words like volunteer and words like getting involved, going to these assembly meetings where this is where it all happens. This is where all of the, this is where stuff happens. So if you come to these assembly meetings, you can be a part of decisions that you pay taxes to live in this place for. And there's a lot of stuff you can do to bring it, but if you don't bring it, nothing's getting brought. So to you young people, or to you elderly people, or whoever, if you don't think that your voice makes a difference, it really does. And I just don't want to portray myself as someone that doesn't care about the homeless, because I care about the homeless. But I just don't feel like it should be a burden on the working people to be taxed heavily on that issue. And even to really just pray for, I don't know when we're going to hit this, but it's probably good to do it on an open 3-minute mic where you can talk about whatever you want, but that this community just come together as one in the body of Christ. Oh, and there's still 1 more minute. Wow. I thought that was it. Yeah, so this community, like, really, we put everything else aside, and we're just like, whoa, Jesus Christ is the most important thing that ever happened. It was pivotal. Like, everything that ever mattered was encompassed in his sacrifice for everything that separated us from him. And I feel like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we're doing, and we have ambitions, but there's something deeper that we don't even know how good it's going to be when we realize what it is. But it's happening.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. The more you do it, the easier it is.
I think so.
So they tell me.
My name is Juliana Smith. Last name is spelled S-M-I-T-H. What I said earlier about having the public be responsible, I'm going to say the same thing with the homeless. I think we have a tendency to make things easier. We tax the property owners, we tax the business, and then we have that money to give over to these businesses or places that have jobs, but they enable these people to continue with the problem. So we're not really solving it, we're just kind of postponing it. So we need to find better solutions, And I know that you guys had numbers up there where you put things saying qualified voters. Well, when you put problems up there and you say qualified voters, do you know who your voters are? Because not all of them are property owners. Some of, I'm sorry. Like you said, it will get easier. I'm here and I'm testifying and I'm nervous, but I know there's a lot of property owners out there who didn't make it today. So just so you guys know, I'm here trying for you guys, and you business owners that are not here testifying, I'm trying to, let you know that we're here speaking out. We're trying to let, Assembly know that the problem is not by taxing. Maybe if you lowered the amount, like half, to give us an opportunity to kind of see where we're at. I know that you put a number up there and you say, hey, this has been available for a very long time. We know we need roofs and stuff, but transparency kind of put us and say, hey, this is the amount that we need. I worked for Cook Inlet Housing Authority, and I know what it costs for maintenance and stuff like that, but I would like to see some numbers, and so forth. But I appreciate what you guys did. I know everything got passed, but I just would like to see a little bit more solutions for these problems, and not be always taxing the properties and the business and so forth, but have other ways of coming up with better solutions. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anybody else? There's no questions.
Okay.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one?
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned.